Hey, Mordu. How you doing? Always excited to be making limited content. What's up, Crowley? Don't worry, y'all didn't miss a draft. My new strategy, for the most part, is to start playing this draft off that I started off stream, and then we get into the first draft after it finishes up. Because these best of ones don't take that much time. I saw Dangle. I ignored it and instead chose to come online. I figured you'd appreciate that. What's up, Knowledge Sinkhole? I just finished up lunch. Wolves reign and Wolverines are real. Exactly, because nobody really cares if they tune in, if I'm 2-1 or 1-0, but this way nobody misses the start of a draft, and it makes Dangle's job easier because there isn't a bunch of dead time to edit out from the YouTube videos and stuff. I did just go live, so don't worry, whenever you tune in, if you tune in at 3 or 3:30 or whatever, as long as I just went live or whatever in the previous 30 minutes, you didn't miss a draft. I just try and do drafts at night or in the morning now, and then finish them like as I'm getting started. Oh, no, I just went on Thunderwonk. I went on, like, 5 minutes ago. That's awesome to hear, Wolves Reign. Glad that you're learning a lot from my content. Everybody definitely has their own style, you know, like, some people focus more on action, and, you know, I like to be slow and deliberate and analytical, with the goal of it helping everybody as much as possible. So if you feel like you're learning a lot, that makes me happy. So here we're just going to Burn Bright and Shock. I don't know if it's lethal, but it's... Oh, wait, I only have one red. What am I saying? Alright, well. Frantic Inventory and Shock will do the job. We can Burn Bright next turn. This will kill the Arcanist, deal them a lot of damage, all my stuff will live, and good luck to the opponent. I know it's confusing because I started at 3:30. It'd be better if I had started at 3, but you did not miss the draft or anything like that. Kind of my new strategy is to leave a few games or whatever. I think this one is just getting started, but in whatever my morning draft or my last draft off stream to play when I get started. This way, while people trickle in, I can just play a few games and get started that way. And this is lethal. This deck's pretty good. It's a pretty prototypical blue-red prowess. I've got like 3 of the Make 2 Goblins card, a couple of weirds. I've got like 3 shocks or something, and then like some ops and just all the usual fixins. I don't think I have broken rares or anything really, but I mean that 2-mana 2/2 is rare, but it's just good. It's not exceptional. The 2-mana 2/2 flyer. But it's just like a pretty standard one. I mean, this card's pretty good. Although it's not at its best in blue-red spells. Your creatures are small. This thing's at its best in like a red-green deck. But, yeah, you know, 4 Frantic Inventories to keep triggering all my spell stuff. 2 weirds. 3 wizardries. Kinetic Augur. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I probably just need to drink a little more. Like a lot of people, I put on a little bit of weight during quarantine. I know nobody wants to hear it from me because I'm a pretty thin guy. But, so I decided to adopt, on the recommendation of Paul Rietzel and another friend of mine, Chad, the intermittent fasting strategy. So, like, what I do now is I, like, break fast, like, around 2 p.m. or so. I don't eat for, like, 16 hours. So, like, I'm usually, like, ravenous. So, like, today, like, I ate, like, something at 2, but I got full quickly. And then I just, like, ate lunch again afterwards at, like, 3. I feel fine, though. I feel healthy. I was a little sick in the early March. Obviously, I have no clue if it was corona or not. But since that point, I haven't felt sick at all. I've actually been pretty healthy for the past, like, 3 months or so. Hope everybody out there is healthy as well. Yeah, I do still own a bunch of dual lands. I don't own really any power or anything, but I have, like, a nice collection of revised duals. Any particular reason, Thunderwonk? Yeah, I'm doing 16-8 right now, still got outs. I technically break fast at 2, this way I can eat and then be ready to stream at 3. And then I stop eating at 10. But, you know, it's more about having the window and the fasting, so, you know, sometimes I might, if Rachel cooks dinner and it's not ready till 11 or something, then whatever, I just won't break fast till 3 or whatever, stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically my strategy as well. Must be nice, Godfries. Definitely the opposite here. Like I said, I'm not a big guy, and I'm not, you know, complaining, and people have serious weight issues, and I don't. But I went from about 155 at the start of quarantine to about 170, 175 as of like a few weeks ago. The quarantine 15. No, I still have them, Thunderwonk. You can shoot me a message if you want. I wouldn't mind selling some. I'm sure we could work something out where I can be cheaper than a dealer or whatever, actually. Yeah, I have extras of all of those. Seas, Trops, and Tundras. Okay, so what can I do? Can't really Trader's Greed for any value right now. I guess we can Frantic Inventory, see what we get. And then we can still just Shock. The 2/1/3s are actually pretty good blockers against an army of 2 toughness creatures, right? Like, I can double block any of these. Even the Houndmaster would only be a 4/2. So I'm just going to let them attack. And then, let's see. If I double block the Cur, they pump once, trade with an Arcanist. I could shock it. If I double block the Houndmaster, I take 1, or I could shock the Cur. Seems pretty good for me either way. I can tie up some of their mana. If I double block here, I obviously don't need both Arcanists. This forces them to pump once. They can't kill both. And then I'll just shock the Houndmaster here. I'm not really scared of anything. If they feat, they get to live. But, I mean, they don't kill a second Arcanist. If they feat over here, okay, whatever. Well, thanks, the Atagatag. I appreciate it. Like I said, that is exactly what I go for. You know, I'm all about slow and informative and analytical, not like action-packed or exciting. So, you know, if a lot of people feel like they learn a lot and that helps them, that's great, because that's what I like to do. So, it's a win-win. For now, can't really do much about that 3/1. It's kind of annoying. I mean, I am going to run them out of cards to a degree. I can block it, they discard, shock it, they discard, salvo the 2 creatures, they discard. Not that we can salvo yet. I also have like 1 more inventory, which will draw forward, so that'll be pretty busted if I get that. So, no reason to shock it now. We do it again next turn so that it can't attack. M21 meta is... I mean, it's a more aggressive format than I would like, but it's not a bad format. It's somewhat fun. Well, that was a really good draw. If they don't have removal and the 7/7 lives, it shuts off the flyer, stops the creatures, but then also it lets me cast Salvo. I could steal it and then kill it later after I steal it. Yeah, that's true. I don't really want to spend the steal just to deal them a few points of damage, but it is certainly an option. Okay, well, if that Waker ever leaves play, I'm not really going to be able to cast the Salvo. So I think I'm pretty happy to Salvo these 2 here. Now I'm going to shock it in response. We got that shock out of their hand, too. And, of course, life is good. No, it is not true that I taught that see everything I know about Magic. He knows about Magic. In fact, I'm an official graduate of Deathsea's Dueling Academy. I got the diploma around somewhere. No, when I started streaming last year is when I got introduced to Deathsea, because he would just happen to come on like after I would sign off, and I was just gonna. Most times I would stream last year, especially when I was in the MPL and I was playing the MPL weekly leagues and stuff like that. I would do my evening stream, and then I would sign off and start playing Standard. So I would obviously throw on like whatever stream, and it was often Deathsea's, because after I just randomly came across him and stuff, he was just really insightful, really informative, played really well, and so on. I obviously should have Trader's graded for lethal here, but let's see, whatever. They have to block the Weird and the Waker, or they're dead. They can't double block, whatever. This game's over. So, you know, that's how I got introduced to Deathsea. Last year, when I started streaming, just coincidentally, I would just throw on, like, his stream and, you know, was very impressed with how good he was and how informative he was and how energetic and entertaining, and I really liked it, so I just kept watching. I'm not going to do any Moto best of 3. I mean, we could always do Arena best of 3. Then there's no hand smoother, right? So if we want to do best of 3, we can do it on Arena. I figured until we hit Mythic, we would at least, you know, give it a good go. I'm not the kind of person who, if I'm Mythic 400, I'm going to jam 2 million matches to try and get to number 1 or something. But, you know, usually what happens is I hit Mythic with a pretty good but not, you know, incredible ranking. Like, I'll be 36th or whatever. So then I'll give it a push, and if we run hot, maybe we get up to that top 5 or whatever. If we run bad, then I'll go play best of 3 or whatever. And just let the top 1,200 hold to queue for the season. Yeah, I mean, I have them, so I'll for sure check it out when I get off stream, Thunderwonk. And I appreciate you reaching out to me. I mean, I'm always happy to sell cards. Hey, what's up, Cam? Yeah, of course I should have treasoned the Ogre. I was just focused on the chat and whatever, but I'm just happy to still have outs. Alright, let's see. Let's start with an Opt. We don't really need lands, but we'll definitely take a Weird. We have enough mana to cast that. And even though my hand is mostly creatures, my deck is not. I have, like, a ton of spells in this deck. 3 of the Make 2 Goblins, 4 of the new Accumulated Knowledge for those who are old like me. I forget what it's called. It's whatever, Insight, Inventory, something like that. Frantic Inventory, yeah, I got 4 of those. So I'm pretty happy to draw Spellgorger Weird here in the early game, get it out. I could have played the Larcenist, but the reason I went with the Weird is because I'd rather have them spend their removal on that one. Given my deck is all this removal, including 2 in hand, 3 in hand, plus the Augur, I'm going to be pretty good at attacking with the Larcenist against a blue-red deck if it stays alive, and I'd rather draw 2 cards a turn than deal them a few points of damage. So I didn't really want either to die, they're both good creatures, but I played the one that into the removal first that I would prefer die. Well, that didn't work out because now they're milling me every time they draw cards. That's bad. That said, I still need lands. I don't really want to draw 2 cards a turn given that they're a tutelage deck, so I'm going to attack with both. Because if they block Protege on Larcenist, I can shock it, and I've got 2 shocks now, so that's pretty useful. And then I don't want to let them ever use Protege, now that every time they use Protege, it mills me for 2. And before I thought drawing 2 cards a turn would be really strong, but obviously not against a tutelage deck. Now we'll try and get Augur out, and hopefully they can't kill that, and then we'll ride that to victory. I mean, look, it's fast. It's not modern aggressive decks, right? Like, you still play games of limited that go to turn 6, 7, 8, but there's a lot of good small creatures. It's hard to block profitably. Like, you can trade sometimes, but it's really hard to blank people's aggression in this format. It's still draft. It's not... It's, like I said, we're not playing modern aggro decks or something. Sounds yummy, Godfries. Yeah, I'm not feeling good about my chances this game, but my only hope is this Augur because it's an infinite trampler thanks to Tutelage plus my deck. So if they don't have removal, maybe I can kill them with the Augur. So it's not a spirit. It's not a spirit. I mean, that is, but that's not, obviously. So this turn, just going to hit them and play the Augur. 15, so I'm only helping them, I think, if I loot away anything. I don't think I need to make this thing bigger. I mean, they don't have any, like, you know, mill in play. Obviously, these decks play a lot of card draw, but hopefully they just don't have that much. Because if I get an attack with this Trampler, they're pretty much dead. I can kill their blockers for like 2 mana with the salvo. So that's all it's really going to come down to. If they deck me without Augur getting to attack, I lose. If they kill Augur, I pretty much lose. But I still have 10 cards in my library. Like, if they play like a draw 2, I don't deck. And then I can salvo their 2 blockers, attack with everything, including the 12-4 trample, and then that'll probably be game. So if they have removal for the Augur, they're going to win. And if they, like, draw 5 cards and deck me, they're going to win. But if they just play, like, a 4-drop, or they just play, like, a card-drawing spell and don't have anything else, I can kill them with this Augur in one shot. And that's not that doesn't interact with anything. So I think we're going to win. I'm not saying they definitely can't have anything with 1 to 2 mana up, but let's find out. Got him. Kinetic Augur. The trump to Teferi's Tutelage. CBL isn't working right now for me. Let me close and reopen it. It doesn't need an update or anything according to it, so I don't actually know why it's not working. Yeah, I mean, it's opening and everything, and I'm logged in. I don't know why it's not working. I don't have the little thing up or anything. Untapped isn't working. Maybe that's messing with CBL, because Untapped is actually not loading, whereas CBL looks like it's working. Yeah, blue-red can be really good. I mean, this version has good synergy because with all the shocks, you don't fall behind, and then you can cash in on the card advantage from all the frantic inventories. Like, if you're more of an aggro version, then the shocks can come up short on killing the big things, the things you're willing to deal with to be able to keep attacking. But if you have all these extra draw cards and like a combo kill, like a bunch of Wizardries and Burn Bright and all these spells, then the shocks can really do a lot of work. I'm not sure yet, but with how small the creatures are in this format and how good the small creatures are, I think Shock could easily be the best common. It's too early to say that with any confidence, but if somebody right now was like, Ben, what's the best common in M21? My guess would be Shock. I really like Shock in this format. Yep, I see it now. It just popped up on the screen for me as well. Yeah, I guess Untapped wasn't working, and now it is. Okay, easy turn now. We'll just Wizardry end of their turn. I really like Vidalian Arcanist because of Goblin Wizardry. It curves out so nicely, and getting these prowess creatures going earlier rather than later is super important, because then you can play your spells with them already in play. So I value Vidalian Arcanist really highly in the blue-red prowess decks in this format, because specifically a 4-mana spell is one of the key commons for your deck. Okay, so I can play like 2 spells, and then I get to eat the 1/3s for free, or the 2 1s for free. I don't really see any way this can work out bad for me, so I'm going to attack with the prowess and see what they do. I wouldn't mind if they just took it. I would just play Larcenist. I wouldn't play any spells to deal them damage this turn. Getting this Larcenist going is sweet too. But if they did block, it was just going to be basically free kills. Like, I could Frantic Inventory and like shock them and then eat the 2 creatures, or if they block with just Shieldmate, I could shock it and then they take 2 and it dies. Basically, there was no way that could work out badly for me. Not unless I felt like I couldn't close 1 SPC. Like, in general, no, but it's not impossible. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do this turn? I mean, again, there's no way it's going to work out badly for me, but I could tap the Arcanist in 3 lands, Trader's Greed the 2/4, leaving myself a red open. Then with the 2 blue mana from Trader's Greed, I can inventory. Then attack with these 3 and shock. But they're going to block the Larcenist with a 2/1, which is fine, I'll shock it. But I won't be getting like a free kill that way. The Larcenist will just live to attack again. Can I cast Salvo here? Like, probably not. Like, shock makes it like 1 mana cheaper. Like, it makes it 2 mana cheaper, but shock costs 1. But that's still 7. Frantic Inventories break even on it. Yeah, probably not. Trader's Greed's break even on it. So I guess that play is right. I'm going to find more stuff to do. I mean, and I have all this card drawing. I'm drawing a card off inventory. I'm drawing a card off Larcenist. So let's go ahead and Trader's Greed. Add 2 blue. I'm just going to play this now. The mana would go away in combat from Greed, so I have to use that pre-combat. Attack. Now we can draw more cards. Life is good. And then they'll probably just put a 2/1 on the Larcenist and I'll shock it. If they like double block it, then I can't really do anything about that, but it's fine. Even though they block the Larcenist, I got my card. It's not like an Ophidian where it has to deal damage to them. It draws a card when it attacks. So now it lives, it attacked, it drew a card even though it got blocked. Now it lives to attack again and draw another card. That's pretty much all we can ask for. I don't think I could have cast Salvo, but I might be wrong. If I could have, I probably should have. Okay, so now I want to play Wizardry and Inventory this turn. I don't really care if they eat Larcenist. It's getting me cards anyway. So I'm just going to attack with both. Not really afraid of anything. Yeah, I think I was 1 short Fathers. I think I played a land already. Okay, so the Larcenist is going to trade with the Prismite. Can't actually play 3 spells at the moment, but I can play 2, which means this will live. Seems good enough to me. This is going to draw cards. Hopefully I'll find more stuff for next turn. Plus, I can probably just do the inventory next turn. So this way I don't even lose one of the prowess tokens. My Gobbo just bounces off of Shieldmate. Trade Larcenist for Prismite, and I drew another card. And life is good. Yeah, I played a land already. I just played land 5 this turn. I had the 4 out to last turn. Okay, so now we can Frantic Inventory, which will net us a bunch of power, and then we can Salvo, and this game is over. So let's get to it. Not the best mana tapping of my life, but again, I'm not too concerned here. Like, this game is a joke. You can't hit the punt. They're in concede mode. Like, this game, come on. I'm practically playing a combo deck right now against a draft deck. This might be my second 7-0 in back-to-back days. We're already up to 4-0. I did pick one salvo, but not pack one. I think I got it pack 2 or 3. Look, I can't play my tightest when they're about to concede, and the order I play my spells doesn't matter. Give me a break. I accept most of my punts, but that was like, I was just casting things because I was wrathing them and growing my whole board, and like, I mean, that was like, come on. That turn was like literally me playing standard and them playing draft. Well, here's a way to lose. We only have 2 lands, but I don't think I can mull this. I mean, we have the 4 frantic inventories and opt, so that's at least 5 cards we could draw into besides lands. I mean, salvo is kind of a late game card. Maybe I can mull this. Yeah, I would pick one and pick salvo. It does kill 2 creatures. I don't think it's like S tier by any means. It's just like, it's first pickable, but it's not broken. I'm on the play. I don't have any shocks. I mean, I have to just draw a land by turn 3 or my hand sucks. This would be a very disciplined mulligan for me, but I think it's actually right. Alright, so we're definitely going to put back a shock here. Well, this is already looking better. See, you don't think I never mulligan. I just don't mulligan very often. But a 2-lander on the play with no card drawing with my aggro deck and like no shocks was a pretty bad hand. I'm attacking with everything. If they block the Arcanist, I can just shock the Enforcer and life is good. Kind of want to cast the inventory too, but maybe I'll wait for next turn. Yeah, I will. Because they might play something that can block, and I don't have that much to do. It's not like I need to spend my mana. I'm already down to 2 cards in hand. So I'll shock away a 2-3, and then see if they put out like a blocker. Alright. That creature's annoying, but again, we can run them out of cards. I'm not, like, afraid. Just gonna attack now. If they want to discard a card to kill a token, that's half of a card for a card. I'm cool with that. I do need to cast these inventories and get 3 new cards and keep about my business. So, I'm passing to them, because if they pass, I'm just eating the 3-1 for now. But then I'm gonna go ahead and cast this. We have 4 inventories. Yeah, I'm just going to cast this. It's more expensive. We'll draw 2 more cards. See what we get. Again, while the Hollow Blade's annoying, I think it's a bit overrated. Like, it's not like you can just throw away cards left and right. Like, cards are valuable. You don't just have endless cards in your hand to discard over and over and over again. Although that's going to help. Now they're drawing 2 cards a turn. But hey, I'm drawing cards too, right? So first and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and inventory and see what we get. Drawn 3 cards off this one, and there's number 4 already. Okay. Now what are my choices? If I attack with the token, they block, I can opt end inventory, keep the token around, and get a card for free, so that looks good. I can't wake her this turn, but I can next turn. So I think I'll do that. Probably send the Arcanist too. It's not really helping anything. I'll happily trade it for a card. So if this is draw 4, It's going to put me to 8 cards in hand. So if I don't find anything I can cast, then I want to Dragonfire now. So let's respond. I mean, I definitely want to cast this. It's not about the 1 damage. I'm just drawing so many cards. Okay, we didn't find anything to cast, so I am going to go ahead and Dragonfire now in response. Get that last card out of their hand, or kill the Hollowblade. And then we just 2-for-1 them. They discarded a card to give it indestructible, so it didn't die to the Arcanist. Yeah, they could have responded, and then I would have lost my Arcanist, and their thing would have lived. But they would have discarded that last card in their hand, which may have been a good card, plus the Trackdown. So it would have been a 2-for-2. It would have been my Arcanist and Dragonfire for their Trackdown they discarded, and whatever that last card in their hand was. I think I'm going to play Best of 1 until we hit Mythic, which the season just reset. Maybe we'll do tomorrow, maybe next week. Alright, just going to hit them and play my 7-drop. I don't necessarily expect it to live, but I can't really double spell otherwise. Like, I don't care about playing an Opt. Next turn with 8 mana, I can play Augur and Wizardry, and then prepare for the kill the turn after that, most likely. Plus, if they want to spend 4 and tap this, they're not doing other things. I haven't done the wrap yet. Don't worry, you'll know. I am a man of my word, but we've been having trouble getting a hold of people and organizing it, so we may have to adjust some of the benefits and figure some things out. But there will absolutely be a Magic wrap by me. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be done live on stream. It will happen, I promise. You cannot ladder on Best of 3. I think Blue-Red Spells is the deck that is tier 1 that you're going to get the most often. I'm not sure that a good Blue-Red Spells is better than a good Black-White Life Gain. Because, for example, the Black-White Gold on common is ridiculous. The 3-mana 1/4 flying lifelink that drains for 3. But that's an uncommon. The Blue-Red Spells deck, you just need, Arcanists and Wizardries and Shocks and just all commons. So I think you'll have good Blue-Red Spells decks more often than you'll have good Black-White Life Gain decks. But I'm not sure that your good Blue-Red Spells decks will be better than your good Black-White Lifelink decks. Alright, let's see. I don't really want to play Waker this turn. I want to play Augur. Well, maybe I can just kill them. I can greed my own Augur, right? This will have 8 power, trample, and haste. And then I can play more things. I can play Wizardry and Opt, so that'll take it to 10. Or I can salvo this. Yeah, I think I can just lethal them. Salvo's going to cost nothing. I'm pretty sure Augur, greed my own Augur to give it haste, salvo the blocker. I mean, that's just lethal. So I'm pretty sure that they're dead. Just go ahead and put some spells in the yard without spending mana. Now we can greed it. Yes, I'm sure I want to steal my own creature. Really, I just want haste. And boom. And I don't know if it was good for you, but it was good for me. 10-4 haste trample. Hit you for 14 out of nowhere. Don't mind if I do. Sorry, 11. The salvo went to the yard also. Rude? That was sweet. How can something be sweet and rude at the same time? Sweet and rude are opposites. Gotta win with style, Tired Archer. I know I could have shocked it. I don't even think I needed to shock it, right? I think after I think I might have just had lethal just by attacking even if I let them block, but gotta win in style. You know me, dress to impress. That's the motto I live my life by. That's why I come on all nicely shaven, wearing my basketball shorts, dressed to impress. Alright, this is another kind of ugly one. If we had an island, it would be a clear keep. I don't think we want to keep hands like this with this deck, though. pretty easy. Ship back the 5-drop. Waker looks like a 7-drop, but it's actually a split card that can help us dig up land 3. So now we'll Waker, so we'll see 2 cards. Hopefully we can find 1 land in the top 3. Then we can play Weird or Larcenist, start drawing cards. They played a 2-2, so I'm not sure which to play. I mean, ideally, the Larcenist and then shock the Magma. I have like 4 or 5 shocks, but I don't have 1 in hand. Yeah, just 4. No, I'm definitely not blocking. My Weird is going to get a lot bigger than that Magma quickly, even if they're the aggro deck. So for now, I'm going to chill because I don't want to trade 4 for 4. Even though they still ping me for 1, I'm saving 3 points of damage. Just go ahead and draw a bunch of cards, hopefully find all those shocks. So, doesn't work out so great yet, but again, let's see. Inventory, maybe we can find shock. If not, we'll... Hey, don't tap the red. What are you doing, Auto Tapper? And I would have probably Dragon Fired to save some damage, but the Auto Tapper hates me. Yeah, this was from an off-stream draft. I apologize. Okay, so... I guess for now, I'm just going to Dragon Fire the Flyer while they're tapped. They can't sack it to the Hobble Fiend. They can't feed it, anything like that. Plop out that Larcenist. I'm playing kind of conservative, but I think given the Traitorous, the Augur, the Salvo, the fact that I'm holding a draw 3 and a deck full of shocks, I think I want to be conservative here. Thank you, Boko Harambe. Appreciate that subscription. No, this is just coincidentally what I drafted this morning while I was drinking coffee and eating breakfast. Alright, there's Salvo. We don't have double red yet, but assuming they don't kill Weird here, we're pretty close to casting this. So, let's see what we can do. So I'm 1 mana short on the Salvo right now. I can Traitorous Greed the Hobble Fiend. And then I can... No, it's another creature, so that doesn't work. So I can't Salvo now, I don't think. Can I? It'll go down by... Oh, yeah, I can. If I take the Magma, this will get a counter, the Weird, from the Greed. And then that'll reduce the Salvo's cost by 3, and I'll get the 2 red mana. I actually can. If they don't do anything and I Greed the Mutt... If they sack the Mutt in response, I won't be able to, but that's fine. Then I kill it. Well, I can just take the Hobble Fiend to prevent that. So let's say I Greed the Hobble Fiend. Can Salvo hit my creatures? Yes, because I want to kill their Hobble Fiend. So what I'm going to do, I can Greed the Hobble Fiend, and then a counter on the Weird and 2 additional power, plus I get 2 red mana. That should reduce Salvo by 3, down to just 2 red. Then I'll just Salvo my Hobble Fiend and their Magma. I don't need to do it now, but against a red-white deck, do I really need to save it for anything better? Plus, this lets me attack with Larcenist and draw cards. Plus, I'm hitting them for 8. I think it's good enough, right? Just kill the 2 creatures. Or I'm hitting them for 9. I'm drawing cards. I think it's worth it. I understand I'm killing small creatures, but it clears the way for the Larcenist to draw more cards. It also means I don't need the Weird back as a potential blocker. Seems worth it. Well, that wasn't ideal. Now they can double block Larcenist, but again, not the worst for me. They're still taking 8. We still killed their Pinger and the Hobble Fiend. Drew a card off Larcenist. I think it was worth it. Caused the opponent to concede. That's my definition of worth it. Oops, 6-0. I think you can actually do it after you 7-0, but I try and like tweak my 7-0 decks, just like save my 7-0 decks, so just in case we get another W. I'm going to take a snip real quick. Except every time I go for one, it keeps popping up some card. There we go. Alright, and let's get that 7th win and not make that snip for nothing. Yeah, I think you can do it after, but it's fine. Have it ready to go. Okay, this hand's not great, but I'm going to keep this one, of course. I took 2 pretty aggressive mulligans for me, but, I mean, I've got, you know, Arcanist to use for mana to cast these to draw more cards, Shacklegeist. Like, I'm not going to mull this. So, I don't know what to play. I think I play the Arcanist first, and then I can play Shacklegeist and Frantic Inventory. Yeah, that has to be right. One of the steadfast rules of Magic, get your mana accelerators out first, right? And while you can't always spend Arcanist mana, with this hand I can. Well, now I just want to cast Wizardry first, then play all my spells. Change of plans. If they go to put a counter on Conclave Mentor, I'll shock it. But if not, I want to play Wizardry first. So that's going to put 2 counters on the Snout. I can shock the Snout, right? With the ability on the stack. And then kill a 3/3. Let them keep the Mentor, it's a little scarier. I don't strand that much mana. I maybe should just let them get a 4/4, though. Next turn I can go, like, shock the Mentor, inventory. My Prowess tokens are doing a lot of work. I think I'd rather shock off a 4/4. I'm not that scared of the Mentor. I'll just play my card drawing. As fun as it is to go for max combo, shocking off their 3-drop looks pretty good. Mentor's sort of scary, but not that much. I mean, with Animal Sanctuary it could be, but remember, I'm like a combo deck. Like, if they start setting up, I'm going to go Wizardry, spell, draw more cards, more Wizardries, more counters, salvo all their stuff. So I'm not going to opt end a turn. I know I could tap the Arcanist for the Wizardry, but opt only costs 1. I'll use that to pump my tokens on my turn. If I find a red land off opt, I kind of want to turn to slag the Mentor, and then I can attack with the 2 3/3s. They can block with the Battalion, so which I don't mind. So I think I'm going to opt pre-combat. I don't care that they know I'm growing these. If I attack, they know I'm growing them anyway. That pretty much has to be a keeper, right? So much damage. It's not really what I want. I really want removal, but it's just so much damage. Alright, so now I'm going to inventory, draw 2 cards, see what we get. So now 3, 6, 9, 12 if I attack and they block. If they don't block, I can just play weird, and then next turn I've got the turn to slag, trigger the weird, trigger the prowess, life is good. I mean, either way, I'm not going to cast Burn Bright. If they block, it's a trade. If not, they take 6. This is a race I'm comfortably winning, I think. And like I said, I have a deck full of... I have 3 more shocks. I have Scorching Dragonfire. I have that salvo. Feel pretty good. So what happens if I, like, shock the Battalion, attack, and then Burn Bright? They're just going to get destroyed. They're going to lose creatures chump blocking, or they're going to die. This just can't work out poorly for me at all. They literally are just going to lose their creatures and or their life total. I kind of feel bad for them. I lose nothing, they take 11. Yeah, that seemed fair. Alright, so I'm going to turn to Slag. If they pump their creature, who cares? Then I'll just attack for lethal. If it dies, they gain some life. I'll attack for lethal. If they kill something, maybe they'll be at 2 or something like that. None of this matters. They can't possibly win. Another close game. Another broken deck. Another 7-0. Do. Yeah, Wizardry is great. I like Wizardry a lot, Birdator. As long as you can keep triggering it. You gotta have crash throughs and ops and frenetic inventories. I'm always happy. I'm drafting and not playing standard. What more could you ask for? Sadly, our next deck will probably not be as good as that one. I don't know. We'll see. Repeat of 7-0-03. I'll try my hardest to 03 this draft. We'll see if we can make it happen. So Shacklegeist is good. It's certainly not broken. 2-mana, 2/2 flyer. It has a little drawback, has a little positive ability. Neither of those come into play that much. You're looking to attack mostly with your 2/2 flyer, not block with it, and then you don't have 2 spirits to tap things. Occasionally you have one other spirit out. You get to tap something the turn you play it or whatever. Wingmare is more of a constructed card. Like, you'll play it in a creature aggro deck in this format. Like, you'd always play it, but it's not exciting. Like, I think Basri's Acolyte, definitely better than Wingmare here. Waker of Waves is pretty good. It can really dominate a board, but what I really like about it is that it has super cycling. The fact that, like, if this is in your opening hand, you can use it to dig up land 3 or 4 if you have a land light hand, and then the late game it's a good 7/7, is really strong. You can use its own ability to discard it, get a new card, and then rise it on turn 5. Hey, Luis, how you doing? Glad to have Luis Salvato in the house. I think I'm just going to take the Shacklegeist. I'm not sure if that's the right or wrong pick. If I knew I was going to get the Obsessive Stitcher next, I could have considered the Wave thing. But Pack Leader is pretty broken. So I'm not sure if we want Pack Leader or Stitcher here. I would definitely not consider anything else. Like, Visionary is the best of the commons in this pack, and Visionary is not close to Stitcher and Pack Leader. Stitcher's another 1-card reanimate engine. You just discard to this and then sack it to bring it back. And then Pack Leader is pretty busted. I mean, blue doesn't really have dogs. Blue-white is a nice flyers deck, and then we could still draft white-red dogs or whatever. We'll see what comes next. Okay, so no blue cards in the pack. If we want to do like a white dogs deck, we could take Alpine Watchdog, but that's a pretty weak second pick, or third pick. Siege Striker's actually really good. Double Strike on a 3-drop can get out of hand pretty quickly. Eliminate is the best card in this pack overall. Eliminate is really good removal. This format revolves around the small creatures. So, I mean, this is a pick between... I don't think we're going to take Watchdog over Siege Striker this early. So this is a pick between Eliminate and Siege Striker. Siege Striker, you know, would go better in a white aggro deck with Pack Leader, but Eliminate is a much better card. And I do think Blue-Black is a good deck, and a deck we might draft in this seat. Also just White-Black, right? We're not blue because we have a Shacklegeist. So I'm going to take Eliminate, just see what comes next. I still hope to get to do the Dogs thing with Pack Leader, because the Dogs thing with Pack Leader is really, I didn't say really enough times good. But Eliminate is, I think, enough better than Siege Striker to be third picking. So now I'll Rise from the Grave, because Daybreak Charger's pretty mediocre. Rise is really good in Blue-Black Reanimator. Yeah, I guessed wrong. I agree. So this can return another one of your creatures when it comes to into play, which is pretty good. You can use it at flash speed to save a creature from removal. Could just grab a doggy. I don't know what we're going. I mean, we're not blue yet, really. I mean, we're not committed to any of these colors in particular. We have pretty good cards. I think if we are going to keep seeing white, I'm going to want to use the pack leader. Maybe we'll play white-black. Who knows? Well, again, I'm going to waffle between white, black, and blue. We really haven't seen anything clear here to send us in one direction or another. I could see us drafting any two of these three. This pack has like one good card in it for our colors Arcanist. I like Fierce Empath to search for busted things, but we're not going green. So we're going to be Esper, but we're not looking to play all three. We're looking to get it down to two. I mean, Empath is good. I just don't think we need to meander into green because it seems like we're seeing white, blue, and black. So we're currently trying to narrow it down between those three. I do like Empath if you're a green deck for sure. I don't really like Read the Tides that much in blue-black. It's more of, whoa, is that a, what? That's an 8th pick Eliminate? This card is really good. Like, it's 2 mana instant, kill a creature with 3 or less, it trades up, and this is a format that revolves around small creatures. I don't know what Eliminate's doing here, 8th pick, but that's just silliness. I mean, we can do white-black. Nothing wrong with a little white-black creature deck. Draft some dogs, some removal, rise again, get back the pack leader, whatever. I'm going to grab Short Sword. If we do play a white-black little creature deck based around small creatures and removal, I'm going to want it. On the other hand, if we're going to table Obsessive Stitchers, I'm probably going to draft blue-black. I mean, I'm taking this over nothing, so... Again, I don't know which two of these 3 colors we're going. They haven't really sent us in a direction yet. I mean, we're definitely playing Esper colors. Yeah, it would have been great to have that Kraken. Would have been really great to take the Waker of the Waves, pick one instead of Shacklegeist, and just draft blue-black, but I'm not psychic. We know this lane is open. We haven't really seen great white. Like, Charger and Watchdog are kind of filler. Pack Leader is really broken, but I feel like blue and black are more what we're seeing. So we tabled Stitcher. So and we got an Eliminate 8th pick. So we're probably going to play a blue-black Reanimator deck. We'll probably drop the white, but we'll have to see, what we open. Well, I thought the Short Sword would go well with these little white creatures, which I was kind of leaning in that direction at the time. Obviously, 2 picks later, I regretted it, but I didn't expect to table Obsessive Stitcher here. I thought I was going to draft like a white-black creature deck. Short Sword's actually pretty good in this format. The creatures are really small. It's not good in blue-black Reanimator, but if I played like a white-black deck with removal, I would want Short Sword. Like, it would be a card I would actively want. Yeah, it's an easy grasp here. So if we do blue-black Reanimator, then Pestilent Haze is pretty good. Because that's a deck that revolves around big things, and your main 2-drops are like Arcanist, even Wall, Stitcher. It's not going to kill our own stuff. So I think I'm going to take Haze, assume we're drafting blue-black Control. Short Sword most likely not getting played in blue-black Control. Blue-black Reanimator, blue-black Control, whatever you want to call it. So this pack kind of sucks for us. I don't really like Bad Deal. Lofty Denial is fine with like a blue-white Flyers deck. I mean, we have 1 flyer. We don't know what we're going to get. Yeah, Village Rites could be okay. We can sack like Wall of Runes or some of these small creatures. It's a fine one-of. Taking it this early is literally an embarrassing pick. But there wasn't really anything. Easy grasp here. Yeah, Bad Deal's just not a good card, I don't think. So I don't think we need Finishing Blow. Like, I'm not against it, but Grasp is going to kill most things, so is Eliminate. I think if we're going to draft a control deck, we can take second Pestilent Haze. We can just draft all things that will live through the hazes. Yeah, removal tribal. It's not the worst tribe. Alright. Just going to try and get some card drawing and some fatties. Do a little blue-black with late-game reanimation with good removal. There's a great thing to reanimate because you sack a creature when you cast this, but if you recur it from the yard with Stitcher or Rise Again, you don't sack a creature, but they still do. So Gourmand is absolutely excellent in the blue-black control decks, in the blue-black reanimate decks. I'm actually probably not going to play Shacklegeist. Normally I would, even in a defensive deck, but not with 2 Pestilent Hazes. So, unfortunately we missed a few picks early because I'm not Psychic, but blue-black control. And this is what we saw in Pack 1, so we should see it again in Pack 3. Haze is pretty important against the aggro decks in this format. Whoa, another Gourmand? Don't mind if I do. So let's see, do we need the Steward? We could sack them to the Gourmand or sack it before we haze to make them discard. It's not very good. Black-white duel, we're not going to splash Pack Leader. That was if we played like a white aggro deck. I don't think we're going to use either of these cards, but I will use another Rise Again. I like that. In case we splash green. So we're not going to discarding the creatures. I mean, you can always just cast them. Like, Gourmand only costs 6, and then they kill it, or you trade it off, and then you Rise it again. But we've got the Stitcher. What we really need are, like, some Crypt Lurkers. I don't really like the Teferi's Protege that much, but given how much good cheap removal we have, we could probably make it work. I grabbed another black-green duel, because that's our second one. So we could splash green. And we actually did pick up an Empath. I'm not playing a splash green for an Empath, but with 2 Gourmands, it's a pretty good card. So if we do pick up a green card that we actually want to splash, it's an option. I guess green-black splash blue is also an option, like Obsessive Stitcher and Capture Sphere. But if we open like Garrick or something, we wouldn't be losing much if we drop blue. We're almost mono-black, to be honest. Alright, though. Garrick's Harbinger is good, but it's probably not even better than Eliminate. So I see no reason to not take the black card here and then see what's in the next pack. Our removal suite is great, of course. Thank you, Ri-Fi. Appreciate that subscription. I think you're thinking of the 1/1 uncommon Hamani that has lifelink, not the Stitcher, which sacks to make them discard. So again, this pack doesn't have much for us. I mean, we can take third Rise again, which is fine. I mean, we're not... Normally, it's not that hard to discard your stuff in this format. We don't really have ways, but we're also not reanimating, like, 8 drops. We're reanimating, like, 6 drops. So I don't think the Rises will be bad for us. Plus, I'm not that worried about being slow and getting run over, because, I mean, look at our deck. We have 3 Eliminate and 2 Grasp and 2 Pestilent Haze. Good luck to anybody trying to run us over. This is... Hamani, this is the uncommon you were thinking of, Archfiend's Vessel, which would be quite good for us. We could definitely take it, trade it, and then reanimate it and get a 5/5, or sack it to Gourmand and then reanimate it and get a 5/5. Not sure if it's better or worse than Palladium Mirror. I don't really want things that are just going to sit around and die to my hazes, but Palladium Mirror either gets shocked or I have 6 mana to Gourmand and stuff like that anyway. So I'm not sure what I want here. Well, I don't want that. It's the Vessel... or it's the Mirror. Yeah, Luis was right. Red is open. Like, black and red were the colors that were the most open for us this draft. Obviously, black #1. We're practically playing mono black. So, Protege's a little slow, but we're not that good at discarding. I think it has 3 toughness, and we have lots of cheap removal, so I think Protege will work out about its best in this deck. Thanks, Cornball and the MDR. Appreciate the subscriptions. I'm going to grab Blackguard. I think the only time I would take Swindler is if I had Specifically, the things that, like, if you gain 3 life, you trigger them, because then you can sit around flipping every turn, effectively breaking even over the long run, but triggering those. But yeah, we definitely weren't seeing blue. Pretty clearly, I think. Black was wide open. Red was probably the second most open for us. All right, Arcanist or Gloomsower. We don't actually have that much in the way of fatties, but we do have a lot of spells. Arcanist can cast these Rise Agains, these Eliminates. I think we just need the early drop. I don't actually like Bad Deal, but I might play it in this deck. We're kind of hurting for card drawing. We have infinite cheap removal, walls. We're not going to get run over. I mean, I don't think I actually need Epitaph. Like, we're not going to actually deck. We'll kill them with Gourmands. These are 6 mana, 5/5 flying tramples, and then if they kill them, we'll rise and kill another one of their creatures. So I'm not, like, the most worried about closing. I just think the one Bad Deal might actually be good for us, even though I don't like the card at all in general. We have 2 Arcanists and 1,000,000 cheap removal. Yeah, Rousing Reed's okay too, but we don't have a lot to put it on. We have a few early drops. Probably don't want Cage Zombie. It's just not a good card for us. I do want the Sky Scanner. That's something I can sack to the Gourmands if I'm hard casting them. Gotta cut like 1 or 2 more cards. Maybe I'll just cut Bad Deal. I don't think we actually need that. Could cut Village Rites. What are we sacking? Like, we could cut Blackguard. Blackguard's decent with this much removal, though. Just get to the late game, and then we can pump it. Yeah, I would probably choose to draw first with this deck. With 3 Eliminate and 2 Grasp, you're just not getting run over. Plus all the Pestilent Hazes, yeah, I would definitely draw first with this deck if given the choice. The Crab, it's a good blocker, though. And we want to make them, like, overcommit on the ground and then haze. I don't think we want to cut the Crab. We have a lot of cheap cards. Kind of think we want to cut Village Rites. We don't really have that many creatures out to sack. The creatures we do have out, we sack to Gourmand. Kind of feel like we cut Village Rites. Oh, I didn't even know I had another Crab in the sideboard. It's going to be close. We might want that. Yeah, the Rousing Reed would have been a decent fit. Crab is pretty good in this format. It's a good blocker. Because it's been bad in some formats, I agree. It's underrated in this one. It's actually a pretty good blocker. Wisconsin Crab, you know it. I'm just going to get the Bad Deal out. It's not a good card. I would cut Sky Scanner, but it's a great sack to the 2 Gourmands. I like Wisconsin Crab. I think Gourmand's really how we're going to win. I don't think it's going to be with the Wish Coins. But, I mean, the Wish Coins will clog up the board, and then we can haze, prevent us from getting run over. We can kill flyers. Turn to Slag is kind of medium in this format. Like, you can play any number of them as an okay 5-drop, but I wouldn't take them that aggressively, TPO. So we need to cut 1 card. I don't really want to cut a land because I don't really have cheap card drawing and I need to make land drops. I mean, we could cut Crab or Archer. I don't want to cut Scanner with double Gourmand. We could cut Blackguard or Vessel or Wall. Could cut Rise. I don't think I want to. I don't have that much stuff to Rise, but I'm also going to play long games. I mean, who's going to run me over? I'm going to find my stuff, right? And this is a good Rise target as well. If you Rise this, you get a 5/5. Yeah, Archer makes sense to cut. I have a lot of, like, Eliminates and Grasps and all that. I don't think we need Archer. I agree. Normally, I like Archer. I like 1 copy of it. But with 2 Pestilent Haze, 2 Grasp, 3 Eliminate, what am I pinging? Yeah, maybe it should have been 10-7. I didn't even look at the mana. Did it give me 9-8 automatically? The thing is we have blue 2-drops. I mean, Grasp is double black, but we eliminate single black, and we have 3 Eliminate and 2 Grasp. 9 Swamp, 8 Islands is probably fine, but it's probably pretty close to 10-7. Thank you, Asfrith. Appreciate the subscription. So that's an annoying one, because these don't exile, and that can come back. I can't capture Spirit. I'm going to have to buy time, so I'm going to eliminate it. If they bring it back at a later date, so be it. Hopefully much later, and not this turn. It's not that easy to gain 3. I agree. If I would have took that Waker of Waves over Shacklegeist, pick one, that would have been so big for my deck with all the reanimation. Alright, I guess for now, I'm just going to attack. I don't really need to loot anything away, so no reason to miss the damage, I don't think. Yeah, I'd play Waker in the white-blue doggo deck, but it wouldn't be exceptional. I'd still play it because it's a split card. Yeah, I agree, Ixo, but we know that 4-3 isn't going to live. I'm going to Grasp it. Or Capture Sphere it. Obviously, if they have Revitalized, they can get their card back. I can't stop that. For now, I see no reason to miss damage. We could always loot later. We don't really need to loot. I mean, they probably just didn't have anything else to do, so... Getting it going. It's like Groundhog's Day. Pretty much the last land I want in play, but I do need 6 to cast these Gormans. So I'll loot away future lands, but again, for now, I'm happy enough to just deal them damage. It's not like I'm worried if they kill this and then I draw a few lands. I got 2 removal for the next couple creatures. I'm chilling. So I'm not going to Gormand away the Protege, but I'll happily Gormand away the Arcanist. So now I'm going to attack. Play the Arcanist so I can sack it to Gormand. I don't think we really have any decisions. Pretty happy to get my Gormand out. It's not that easy for them to kill him on 4, right? The black removal spells are Grasp, which only -4/-4s, and the 5-mana black one, and they only have 4 lands. So Gormand looks pretty strong right now since it has 5 toughness and can't be grasped. And then it also, they're a mana short of killing it with the 5-mana one. Yeah, you don't really want to put Fountain in your deck unless you're one color. Fountain's pretty bad. I played Fountain in one of my Reanimator decks, but I played like 18 land in that one, and it had such a good late game. And so I thought like 9-8 in a Fountain was enough. But sometimes you just draw it instead of a colored source early and you really get punished. I agree with, like, look, I talk about this all the time. The reason Magic's so good is because things are right 80%, they're right 90%, they're right 95%, but they're not right 100%. So the real skill in Magic is being able to identify those corner cases. But that said, you don't want to put Fountain in your deck unless you're one color, often at all. I'm going to leave Eliminate up for Riddle form here. I'm in no rush. I don't want to be taking hits for 3 or 5 as it is. I really didn't see a need to get the Arcanist out. Yeah, that was a kind of... I mean, I didn't have Grass mana up, right? Blue and a black. Eliminate is uncommon. So, I mean, that was a pretty aggressive play by the opponent. It's not, like, totally unreasonable or anything. Alright, I'm just going to eliminate that as well so I can keep attacking. It's a good target. So we can Gorman next turn, but not this turn. So for now, it looks like we just cast our creatures. No real decisions. I guess I'll Gorman whenever I draw a land, right? What's the rush? Nah, I have Rise to get it back, even if they counter it. I'm going to bottom something like a 2-5 to try and draw lands. Because I need one land to cast this, and then even if they have like a counter removal, I can just get it back again. That's a dangerous granny. Boo. So for this turn, I'll probably just chump with Scanner. I've got plenty of little creatures to sack. No reason to let them hit and loot. Glad I bottomed that Wish Coin, though. I do need one more land to Gormand. Even if they play another creature first, and then they don't have to sack the Elder, it's not that big of a deal. I get a 5/5 trample flying. Hey, Slithy94. It's going well. We 7-0'd the first draft. Now we got game 2 with a little blue-black control. It's probably a few cards short of really being a busted Reanimator deck. I needed like a Waker of Waves, maybe some other broken rare that was expensive. But double Gormand is pretty nice. Alright, there's that land. Don't know if they're going to have a counter. Hopefully not, but there's nothing I could really do about it, so let's attack. And then cast it. I don't care if I have to sack the wall, and if they counter it, I can just Rise it next turn, and then I don't have to sack again. There's lots they can do, like Goblin Wizardry doesn't surprise me at all. But again, they still have to sack one of those tokens, the 5/5 flyer trample I want in play. And then hopefully they don't have like Capture Sphere. If they turn to Slagon, I don't even care. I get to Rise it again. They sack another creature. I don't have to sack another creature. If they Capture Sphere it, it's a little bit annoying because then it just sits in play. So there's that turn to Slag. Like I said, you'll love to see it. It's supposed to be bad for me that they killed my 5/5 flyer, but all that's going to happen now is I'm going to bring it back into play, and they're going to have to sack another creature. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong. They cleared it out to hit me for 7 and loot. I mean, they're not going to win the game just ignoring my 5/5. But that said, welcome back. Okay, I'll block. They'll probably lose the Elder. If they have, like, Shore Strike, they won't. But as long as they don't play a creature, too, I can Rise it again, and then I'll kill the Elder. Most likely, I figure they'll trigger it, they'll Shock, they'll Dragonfire or something. Even if they manage to play several things and just eat the Gormand, I'll just hit them for 4, gain 1, Rise the Gormand, and then they'll have to sack the Elder. Rise Gormand is pretty sick. And we have a full house. 3 Rises, 2 Gormands. Rise is full of Gormands. Ah! That exiles. Now it's not coming back. I didn't sign up for this. Alright, I don't want to let them loot, but I need my Vessel to die so I can bring it back from the graveyard. So I'm going to attack with these 2. If they take it, do I rise Sky Scanner and draw a card? Or do I wait for Vessel to die and then I can make a 5/5? I mean, they're at 6. A 1/1 flyer is decent. Oh, definitely attack with Vessel, but they were smart enough to not block. So now we have to choose whether we rise Sky Scanner and draw another card and get a flyer out, or whether we save it for the Vessel. Alright, I'll be disciplined. Most people saying hold. I'll be disciplined. Not my strong suit. I'm going to block with Arcanist. You literally have no cards in hand. Why would you attack here? Why? Alright, well, now I'm going to rise because I have Grasp for their turn, and they're at 2, and so I'm going to Grasp one of these creatures, and I have 4 lethal attackers. So unless they have, like, a sweeper, I think it, like, has to be right. No, I'm not going to Grasp my own guy because they're at 2. If they were at, like, 12, I might Grasp my Vessel to rise it, but I can just beat them with all my threats. I have 4 threats to their 1, and I have a Grasp. That's why I brought back the scanner now, because now they're at 2 facing my 4 threats. Like, what can they really do? Now I just Grasp and I have lethal, right? Well said, Red Winter. A 1/1 is the same as a 5/5 when your opponent's at 1. Yeah, if they were at like 15, I might have Grasped and made a 5/5 since they were empty-handed, and a 5/5 flyer would likely deal 15 and win the game pretty quickly. But with them at 2, a 1/1 and a 5/5 aren't much different, and Grasp clears one of their blockers, and I'm trying to beat them by swarming. Seems fine. We know we can bottom lands. We already have 4 in a scanner. I'm going to bottom a Rise again as well. We're looking for our 2 Gormans primarily. Otherwise, just like removal and stuff. Their creature makes mana, mine doesn't. So let's attack. If they trade, then we trade with a mana creature. If not, post-combat, scanner. I'm not going to haze my Blackguard and their Visionary, of course. So that thing has reach, so that's kind of annoying. Doesn't have Vigilance, though, unless they draw 2. We can just chill for now. Couple turns away from Gormand. So they're probably going to have a trick, but I think I almost want them to. I need these little creatures out of play, so I can like haze away their small creatures, and then I can Gormand and sack the wall and get the Gnarled Sage. So I'm going to double block and pump. I'm not going to be surprised at all when they do something here. I just really don't care. I just want to work through whatever they have and trade off my small creatures because I drew a Pestilent Haze. Much better that Finishing Blow kills these near-irrelevant small creatures than my Gorman in a few turns. And that can be eliminated since it only has one casting cost, technically. So this turn, I'm going to wait and eliminate, see what they do. Yeah, the crab shutting down the Gnarled Sage nicely. And again, I'm not afraid, but I'm not going to take a bunch of damage. There's all the small stuff. Don't think we're going to do better with Pestilent Haze now. I could try and attack with the crab. If they block with the spinner, I'll kill an extra creature. But they're probably not going to block with the spinner, right? Like, they have to assume I have Skeleton Archer. It's not that they're going to think of Haze. And it's a pretty important bluff because the crab is currently blocking the Gnarled Sage. Thank you, Muse Invited. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, I can't do anything about that, but I don't even mind. Now I'll eliminate the spinner, and then I'll Gormand away the Gnarled Sage, and then we have Rise again for the Gormand if they kill it. Life is good. Assuming they don't play another creature, which I doubt they're holding, but you never know. Like right now. So we're going to eliminate the spinner, not because spinner is scary, it doesn't do anything, but because now that leaves them with exactly one creature, and then we can Gormand away their 5/5 Vigilance, sometimes Reach, or Reach, sometimes Vigilance. Will the last demon standing take it down? Holding 2 lands because of Mind Rot. If I draw a third, I'll play it. There's not, like, great stuff to Rise. I mean, we could bring back the Blackguard, but ultimately I think I'm going to hold Rise because if they kill this Gormand, I can Rise it, forcing them to sack another creature. And if they don't kill the Gormand, they're just going to lose to it, I think. Well, that's not ideal. So, they're going to have to gain 3 to stay alive. I guess I can win the race. Kind of crazy, but... Of course, if they block it, then I get to Rise. I get to Rise again the Gormand. I know it has Reach, y'all. I know it has Reach. I needed them to do this. They're oopsing themselves here. That thing has Vigilance, too, so... Now they're dead in 2. Hopefully they don't draw an answer to the Gormand. Oh, we still got a game. Spells! I need spells! No! Yeah, I don't know if I can win now. Someone called Noah. We blame Deathsea for all floods in this chat. Draft's going well. We're 2-1. Blue-black deck's pretty good, pretty grindy. Yeah, that Dino Rare is busted, of course. That was a roller coaster of a game. Yeah, it was a 6 series of top decks by them plus Flood by me, but still a pretty good game. This format's okay. I don't think it's great. It's definitely not one of my favorites, but I don't really love aggressive formats as a whole, so it's going to be hard for an aggro format to be my cup of tea. I think given we have double haze, I'm not going to eliminate anything with 2 toughness or less. Gonna bluff in here in case they fear a skeleton archer. Looks like they do not. Yeah, I didn't get enough fatties, but the 2 Gormans are sweet. And the Vessel's 5/5 also. Okay, we want to sack the Vessel to the Gorman, so we definitely put it out. I don't think there's any bluffing that's going down, but at the same time, I'm not worried about blocking. So now we just prepare for the stalemate, and then we're 1 land away from Gormand. Whatever. It's most of what we wanted anyway. I mean, I have other stuff to sack, and it's still in the yard to bring back when we want it. Pretty sure 1/3 over the 2/5 is a no-brainer. I think I'm even going to attack, get in 2 damage. What are they going to hit back for 3? I'm not going to block with Gormand because I'd be afraid they have a pump spell or something. But then I'll just attack back for 5, 7, 9, etc. Seems like a fine race. And then if they do draw the removal, we have a Stitcher and 3 Rise Agains. So like I said, no way I can block. So it's 2 damage for 3, but it's a race I'm winning. I'm happy to deal 2 for 3. Nothing changed. Attack for 2, hit them for 7. Again, they can hit me back for 6, but then I might just kill them on the backswing. If they play fatties and I have to switch to only attacking with the Gorman, so be it. My blocks on the ground look fine. Happily trade blows and try and end the game with my flyer before they draw an answer. So they probably have another one to kill the Gorman now. Nothing I can do about that. Unfortunately, 1 casting costs too many to eliminate it. So, gotta chill and hope for those 3 Rise from the graves, 1 Stitcher. So we have 4 really good draws. Oh, well, that's a way to lose. We have a Capture Sphere. We're not the world's best against giant creatures. I mean, obviously I can close with my own Gormans and all of that. Or if I draw like a Grasp, this is effectively a 4/2 and I can just block it. So what do we have going now? Blackguard, 1 pump, so it's effectively a 3/2. So I could double block the Archer with the crabs and like chump the Gloomsower. If I triple block the Gloomsower, I drain for 6, not 2, right? So then I can't do that because I would die. So yeah, I think chump, block, block. I mean, we're hoping to draw one of those 3 Rises or Stitcher for Gormand or Gormand. We also have a Capture Sphere. Alright, so we're mana short, but we can play it next turn. As far as this turn, I've got to block the 8/6 and the 5/6. So I can attack for 2. And then double chump, which is pretty sad, but it's what I'm going to do either way. So no reason to miss 2, I don't think. I mean, if they have removal, I lose, but who's trying to beat removal from this position anyway? Still not looking very good. I mean, I have outs to the other Gloomsower if they don't really have anything. That doesn't help us. Sadly, I need like 1 more point of life and I could just double block the Gloomsower, but I'm at 4, so I can't double block it. So we hit for 2, chump with the Wallerins, I guess. And then if we top deck Capture Sphere, that might be it. Or another Gormand. So we have a few outs, not many. Oops. Grasp just doesn't save us. We can't block it. Just a little bit too late, losing these games of inches. I could have blocked with Gormand to make Ryzen out, but if I drew Capture Sphere or Gormand, having the other Gormand to attack with to end the game quickly is pretty important with me at 4. Yeah, just drew, like, they drew that Gargoth 2 games ago, like, 1 turn. Like, if they drew it 1 turn later, we would have won. If they didn't top deck the Hunters, whatever, we would have won. This time, it's the same thing. Like, if I would have drawn the Gormand, like, 1 turn sooner, or the Grasp 1 turn sooner, or whatever, just good close games not breaking our way. Savage beats, one could say. So again, we can bottom lands, look for spells. We already have 4 lands on the draw. We're definitely topping Stitcher. Alright, we don't need the Arcanist back. It can't block the Sky Scanner. We're not casting anything with it. Just continue the beat down. We've used all our mana. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. So according to the illustrious stock mana theory, we stand no chance at losing. So now the 0/4 can block the 3/4. Let's loot now instead of on their turn because we might get something that we want to cast. Other than that, we chillin'. 3 turns, 3 creatures, 1 power. Just how we like to do it. Mana adding, scrying. So we have card selection, mana production, card drawing engine. Obviously, I'm going to block with all the runes. I really don't care if they Skeleton Archer it or whatever. Play a pump spell. I dare ya. You got me. Let's see. I think we can be a little greedier than this on the haze. Just going to chill for now. I'm holding the land because I'm going to Stitcher into their turn. And I might discard the land if we draw a good spell we want to keep. Let's see what they do. So I can't block the flyer. I think I am going to discard the land for now. So let's see. They have to gain 4 more life before they can activate this. I could haze these 2. I could also eliminate. If I find the other haze, I could double haze. That might be pretty sick. Thank you, Wormbane. Appreciate the subscription. Also, this is going to make a 2/2 when it dies, so that's not great. So I think for now, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be greedy. I know that's hard to believe knowing me. Look for my Gormans and stuff. I mean, for all we know, they're going to play more things that die to haze. Or if I find the other haze, I know I'm 2 swamps away, but I do have a Stitcher going. And then I can double haze. That might be really good. So 3 life's going to make another 2/2 flyer, but it doesn't trigger the speaker, so that's fine. If nothing else, now I at least get an extra 2/2 flyer when I do haze. And it's still not killing any of my creatures. This is a cat's channel. Alright, so that's a good target to eliminate. I guess I don't really have to. They're not really losing creatures left and right. So now I am going to haze, get the 2/2 flyers on the speaker, because they're at 26. I don't want them to start making 4/4s. They're going to get a 2/2 night token from the one that dies with a counter on it. I could eliminate that and then kill the night token. I could eliminate the cage zombie. I'm still at 15. Their creatures aren't really dying. I could also just let them have the cage zombie for now. But I could use the mana and cast it now. And eliminate's not that likely to hit anything that important. So I'm going to go ahead and eliminate the cage zombie. It's not. I do have 2 more eliminates, 2 grasps, and it's not like it's a late game rare anyway. Hey, that's good. Now we can discard the vessel, and then we can rise it and get a 5/5. Not this turn. I'm still going to haze this turn, but overall. Actually, I can protege end a turn. So I should tap. Oops. Can I not undo? Undo! Thank you. Should tap like that. Still really trying to find those Gormans, but obviously I don't mind Rise getting to get a 5/5 flyer. I just tapped Arcanist and 2 Swamps to cast Haze. Killed the 2/2 flyers and this Speaker, but Speaker had a counter on it, and thanks to Lieutenant, whenever they lose a creature with a counter on it, they get a 2/2 Knight. So that's what happened. So let's Protege, because we're really trying to find Gormans. Before we reanimate a 5/5 flyer, let's see if we can find a 5/5 flyer that kills a creature when it comes into play. We did not. I don't mind playing 1 more land. I know I have Arcanist, but I'm not looting again this turn. Not playing a land because I've been looting them away with Stitcher and Protege, and I already had 5 using Arcanist. Since I drew Arcanist, another thing to loot away, I don't mind playing land 5 here and keeping the Arcanist up. But ultimately, I only need 5 mana to loot away things and then rise again them, and 4 lands plus Arcanist was doing it. It was primarily for looting, not for Mind Rot protection. Actually, maybe this turn I shouldn't have played a land if I wanted Mind Rot protection. I don't mind playing land 5 now, because I'd rather cast the Gormans and then recur them, not just discard them, since I'm so close to casting them. But if I had a land in hand and they Mind Rotted me, I could protect Rise again, which is a pretty good card. So there's a chance I should have held the land for that reason. Alright, let's go digging for Gormand. Still doesn't exist. I'm going to just Arcanist, because that doesn't cast Gormand. If I draw it, I need land 6. Attack with the flyer. Can't really send anything else. I'm just going to Protege into their turn, because it's not like if I find Gormand, I can cast it now, so. Should I play Blackguard? Probably not. I mean, if I trade it off with a 3-4, that's okay. It's not really helping me. Really, we're just trying to win the game in the air with our 5/5 flyers here. Not just the one that's in play, but the other 2 that we're hoping to find eventually. Thanks, Gimlix. So I can now grasp 1/3/4 and then prepare for an attack next turn with Blackguard. I don't mind doing that. Gormand makes you sack your worst creature anyway, and this 3/4 Lieutenant's pretty good to kill. But I don't really have an attack this turn, so I'm just going to chill. I'm going to prepare to end of their turn, grasp the Lieutenant if they don't do anything major this turn, and play Blackguard, and then next turn I'll get ready to start attacking with more things. Thanks, Jordan the Jew. Appreciate the support for the limited content for my stream. Also, thank you, Wormbane. I think I might have missed it, but I appreciate your subscription. Thanks to everybody who makes it possible for me to make this limited content by supporting it. Y'all are great. You're welcome, Vadre. I really do appreciate it. I'm just glad that there's other people in the world who like my overly analytical, overly explainy slow style and don't just want highlights and action, you know. I'm the kind of person, like, I'd rather, you know, analyze something from every angle and cover it in depth than, like, speed through things and see explosions. So I'm just glad that a lot of people seem to enjoy that. Alright, let's see. So, no reason not to loot, at least with the Stitcher for free, so let's start there. Then we want to do what I said. Let's grasp the better 3/4 and get the Blackguard out, because it looks like it could probably attack. We can always capture Sphere of the Crypt Lurker now. Granted, then we can't attack with the 2/1 this turn, but we can in future turns. So now that they added a 2/3 to the board, it doesn't look like we actually have an attack this turn besides the 5/5 flyer. But again, we can prepare to attack next turn, capture Sphere of the 3/4, then we can send pretty much everything. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Ravioli. Alright, so I'm going to capture Sphere of this Crypt Lurker because that opens the door for the 2/5, the 2/3, the 2/1, all this stuff to attack. I'm even going to send the 1/3. I'm not really that worried about them double blocking it and getting a free kill. I should have looted first with the Stitcher. I'm still going to loot because I'm really looking for Gormans, and I can just discard this Haze. Savage Beats has had enough. Did you have fun in that match? Yeah, we had fun in that match. Who are we kidding? I call that the smiley face game. I know companies love free feedback, and I get it. Like, data is super useful. I can't imagine how that data is useful. Like, most people probably vote yes, no, based on whether they won or lost, and WotC, I guess, could get the exact percentage of that, but then they don't know what percentage of people are voting that way. And then also, like, I mean, did you have fun in the given game? What are they going to do? Go back and analyze the game and see how, like, I guess there's some stats that it might be able to automatically collect, like length of game. So that might be useful. I guess they can, like, if people click Smiley after long games or short games, I guess that's useful data right there. Yeah, or which cards were tied to wins and losses. Like games where Ugin showed up in, presumably nobody had fun. I'm not going to play the wall here on the play. I will just probably loot it away to Stitcher. We know we don't need the wall to block. We can eliminate the first threat and then play an 0-3 and a 2-5. Well, there goes eliminating the first threat. Well, I'm just going to eliminate that, I guess. And, I mean, they could feed it. It sacks to give things indestructible. I guess we just have to eliminate it. Kind of sucks. I mean, Pestilent Haze is good against it, and we didn't draw one. I could have tried to play slow and wait. But, I mean, we don't have that card in hand. We don't have second black. White decks tend to be pretty aggressive in this format. Thanks, Wizard Harry. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. So, Revitalize, so they're probably not that aggro. Probably another one of those, like, white life gain type decks. White-black or white-green. Let's loot, see what we find. This thing's practically in there to be discarded. Sky Scanner could dig up a land. Okay, let's loot. So we can eliminate the 3-2 for 3. So that's going to take our turn for now. I kind of want one Gourmand in the yard because I can cast it with Arcanist and 4 mana, so I'm pretty close. And then the other I'll probably end up holding and hard casting. So I'm going to discard a Gourmand. I'm going to eliminate this while they're tapped. I don't need them to cast Feet and turn it into a 4-3 and have it live or something like that. Oh, I can just recur the Gourmand with the Stitcher now, right? I don't really need to keep looting. That looks good. And maybe I want to loot away the wall first. I don't really need a Gourmand this turn. Not that I would complain. Yeah, I'm only one land away from rising it if they kill it. I don't really have that much to loot away. I'm going to bring out Gourmand. Yeah, so Eliminate destroys 3 costs, but Feet gives protection, Ranger gives protection, like, or Hexproof. There's basically, like, 2 different ways for them to save their creature playing white-green at common, Ranger's Guile and Feet of Resistance. So that's why I did it on my turn there with Eliminate. Alright, so I kind of want the wall to sack to the other Gourmand. I mean, I could always sack the Scanner, but same difference. So this turn... Oh, well, that works out all the better. I was going to play Crab and Wall of Runes, look for land 6 to cast this Gourmand, but now we can just Rise Gourmand since they killed it. Every time this comes into play, they have to sack a creature and I don't. Gourmand is great to reanimate. I guess I could have used it at instant speed, yeah. There was no real need to do it on my main phase like I did. Okay, this seems almost scripted. Attack for 6. Play Gourmand, sacking Scanner. Life is good. It's not legendary. You're right. I should have used Stitcher end of their turn. I mean, it's a very small difference, but it would have been strictly better. I mean, I'm never cutting Gourmand, even without Reanimate. It's still a 5/5 flyer, and you sack your worst creature. But... reanimating is what makes it busted. Without reanimation, I think it's medium. With reanimation, I think it's fantastic. So they can attack back with the lifelinkers, but we're going to have a double block on the 2-3 for a free kill. Or we're just going to bounce the 2-5 on the 3-4, and they'll gain 3 and still be dead. So I'm not too afraid. And if they use pump spells or something, who cares? They just kill these little creatures that mean nothing to me. No more lands. It's not like we're taking 3. It's hard to race lifelinkers, but all that's really happening is they're gaining 3 and then taking 5, and I'm taking 0. So they're taking 2 a turn, effectively. And that's another Gormand. You gotta love the never-ending string of Gormands. I bet I can kill all the creatures if I attack with the Arcanist and the Crab. But then I only have 7 mana. I need the Arcanist and the Swamp to have enough mana to cast Rise and Haze. So I'm going to attack with the Crab and the Gorman. They're pretty low. So if they want to play around Gorman coming back and like take the 2 or chump block, cool. And if they would have blocked the Acolyte on the Crab, then I could have went Pestilent Haze, kill both of these, and then Rised again the Gorman. Since they made the block they made, that's fine. I'll just bring back the Gorman now. We got in some extra damage. Life is good. I would have preferred they blocked Acolyte on Crab. Then I would have played Haze, killed those 2 creatures, Rised Gorman, killed the 3/4 Acolyte. That would have been better for me. But the downside was just 2 free damage. The upside was Rathnam. If I Haze first, well, I only hit them for 3 with the Gorman. It hits my creatures too, right? And then they would not block the Crab because it would have 0 power. As long as it hits my creatures too, Haze first would not be a good play. If somehow it's one-sided, then it would have been, but I don't think it was. Oh, I mean, because then they'll just sack a 2/3 Acolyte. Who cares? I'd rather hold on to Haze. The trick there was if they blocked Acolyte on my 2/5 Crab, then Haze would have killed the Visionary and the Acolyte, and then I could have Gormanded the 3/4 Acolyte. But I didn't need to cast Haze just to kill the Visionary, so that they then sack the Acolyte instead of the Visionary. That was pretty irrelevant. I figured I would just save Haze in case they made a couple of flying tokens, or the game just went long because they killed my Gormans or something. I'm not. I'll probably shave by tomorrow. I normally shave like once or twice a week when it like starts to itch. It's been about a week since I shaved. It's about time. I don't know. I've probably played every 2-color archetype because I've done a lot of drafts. I'm trying to think. Been blue-green, blue-black quite a bit, white-black quite a bit, red-white, red-black, red-green, red-blue, of course. White-green token, life gain once. Is that all of them? Yeah, I think I've played them all. I'm not 100%. Yeah, I've been blue-green once. Alright, let's see. We don't need to kill that now. Let's just try and dig up a Pestilent Haze. We're probably not winning this game otherwise with their massive card advantage. Oh, we didn't have to dig that hard. Other than that, though, we still just gotta chill. Hopefully they dump out a bunch of stuff we can Haze. That's potentially a problem. I mean, we have Eliminate, of course, and Haze will kill it too. In the meantime, I can, like, chump with Vessel. They're playing my Pawblade deck, but luckily I have sweepers, so this may still be a good game. Okay. So, I don't actually... This would be a profitable double block if I wasn't going to Haze, but I am. And Haze is going to kill the Vessel anyway, so that seems fine to me. I really want to wait like one more turn. Can always eliminate the Striker if I feel like it's too much damage. I'm not like concerned I get every last dog, but they did get massive card advantage. Alright, let's see. So, if they attack with the 4, these are going to be 5/2s. If I kill with the ability on the stack, I assume they get smaller. If I block the other way, I get 1 more with life. You are right. Don't ask me why I block. No, this is double strike. It would have ate my wall. I mean, I'm not going to capture sphere here over eliminate. I mean, if they have the 1/1 counter buff, it's not that big of a deal. I can chump with one of the blue creatures and still haze. The strikers only go into a 2/2. Going to take a lot of damage here. So I'm going to do it with the abilities on the stack. That's actually not great for me, because that's not going to die to the haze. I wonder if I misplayed. For now, I'm going to block like that. I mean, I can capture sphere the 4/4, but it's going to be too much damage. So I have to haze now. So let's see. The Cur does more damage. I don't really want to play the Capture Sphere before the Gourmand, so I think I'm going to Grasp here and then see what we draw. Probably just Grasp the Cur because it's more damage and we can eliminate the Angel anyway. Hopefully we'll draw Sky Scanner or something like that. That's actually fairly decent, because we could sack it to the Gourmand, so now a land becomes a good draw. Assuming they don't play anything. So now, hopefully we just draw a land. That's all we really need. I'm actually not going to attack, because I'm going to play around Take Vengeance. I really want to Gourmand now, and then I can Capture Sphere later. Capture Sphere and Gourmand have negative synergy. Hey, thanks for resubbing, Voxy. Appreciate the 14 months. So, like, it was pretty important to me that I got the Gourmand down, and now I still have the Capture Sphere. If I attack and they Vengeance, I could Capture Sphere the Angel, but then whenever I play Gourmand, they're just going to sack the Angel. Whereas now I have Capture Sphere for their next threat. Hopefully we can ride this 5/5 to victory. Well, it's going to be tight. The Battlements is pumping those when they attack, so I'm definitely Capture Sphering one of them. So if I attack and they have nothing, they hit me for 2 down to 1 and I win. But if I attack and they play a non-creature spell for prowess, they win. Why couldn't I have just drawn a blocker? I'm so flooded. All I needed to do was draw any blocker in the deck. What a game. It has to be right to attack, right? It has to be. It has to be. Come on. If they draw a non-haste creature, I win. If they draw a land, I win. Don't do it. Don't start casting something. Don't do it. No, no, no. Why do you have a stop? This is bad. Sigh. That was such a good game. I have to have punted that. Not the last turn. It was right to attack. But I wonder if earlier in the game I could have done anything different to get like a point or two of life. No, it was right to attack on the last turn. That's not a punt. They have to top deck a spell or have top decked a spell the previous turn. It's just It's right to attack because we're at a low life total anyway. Like, if I hold back to not die, if they draw removal for the Gormand, sure, they only put me to 1 or 0 or whatever, but if they kill the Gormand, like, they kill me anyway. If it's like a Scorching Dragonfire, sure, I don't die, but I lose Gormand, and I'm at 3. Like, it's right to play to win in that spot. But earlier in the game, I had like a million decisions with Eliminate and Haze and blocking and like a good start. Yeah, I'm not sure about all of that. On the last turn, it was right to attack, but I'm not sure about earlier in the game if I did everything right. I'm going to refill my tea while we get into the next draft. Yeah, Lim didn't work out super well there. I agree. I think I needed to wait on the Haze, though, because they had a lot of creatures, and I had to sweep them all. Or at least most of them. And to be fair, that make a 4/4 Angel is an uncommon I couldn't really see coming. Like, if they had, like, you know, +1/+1, like Feet, I would have just chumped with one of the blue creatures and then hazed away the Siege Striker. So I really didn't expect make a 4/4 Angel in particular. So Karvik, it hits your creatures too. That doesn't seem particularly good. Leafkin Avenger's pretty good, but of course it's a red, green, gold card. I think this Ghoul is a pretty nice build around. If you start with it, you can prioritize the gain 3 stuff. It's not really that hard to do. Although Finishing Blow is also splashable. I mean, I don't think 5 mana kill a creature is at its absolute best in this format, but it's still a good card. Dowser's solid too. Yeah, it is a good pack, I agree. I think I'm going to take the Ghoul. It's kind of a black-white gold card, but not totally. You can prioritize just the 4/3 life gains if you go black anything else. Black has ways to gain 3. Dowser's in the mix too. I mean, I don't love Dowser because it's a 5-drop for blue-red. I mean, I'll always play it in that deck, of course, but that deck wants cheap stuff. But I do think, you know, Dowser's fine. I think any of those were fine. I'm not really sure between all the cards I named. I'm going to take Grasp here. I think Grasp is better than Finishing Blow in this format. I guess we can give Gormand a chance to avenge itself. I mean, I think that deck was quite good. All 3 games we lost were super close to, like, top decks on the last turn or just getting outdrawn down the stretch. Alright, so we'll play black whatever. Just because we have a Ghoul doesn't mean we have to be black-white. But it does seem like we're seeing white, and we kind of want to be white. So I think we just take the Chorister. Trackdown's not that good. I mean, Truffle Snout also gains life. Could play black-green. There are a lot of green cards in this pack, but there's also a lot of white. I have no idea how to say it. I'm going to take it, though. Alright, so we're not going to take Kodo, which is blue and green. I'll just grab Finishing Blow here. While I like Grasp more than Finishing Blow in this format, I still like Finishing Blow. So now we can do Rise again. Even if we're not blue-black, you can bring back Gormand. You can just cast it for 6 the first time. It's not like these white cards are very impressive. Thallid's fine, but not over Finishing Blow. I like Thallid, but I mean, it's not that good. Now I'm not really sure. Like I said, I really don't like Bad Deal. Warden of the Woods is excellent. Green has been one of the colors we're seeing. I guess I can just take Warden because it's not over much of anything. It's over like Thrill and Megalodon. Basically, we're obviously 100% to play black, and we don't have a second color. This is one of those drafts where we know we're black, and we just don't know what else. Okay, Hunter's Edge this late. I'm definitely feeling black-green. Warden is a very good creature. Hunter's Edge is the good green fight removal. It's actually a bite, not a fight. So I think black-green is where we're supposed to end up. Green is open. We're like near mono black. We're not going to be as good at the life gain, but this is a 3-mana 3-1. And then we can obviously draft like some Truffle Snouts or the 5-mana 4-3 lifelink or try and get some ways to gain 3. Obviously, the land doesn't gain 3, but I think it's as good or better than a Gnarled Sage. We already have 2 5s, 2 6s. I'm not saying we can't play Gnarled Sage, but we're not really looking for expensive cards. Snare Spinner could be a decent blocker. Skeleton Archers are pretty good in creature decks. I think I want to grab my first Archer. So Heroic Intervention, I think, is pretty good. So occasionally you use Hexproof. For the most part, it's the Indestructible. You just, like, whenever 2 creatures were going to die, you can get a real blowout. I mean, if we wanted to go back to Black-White Life Gain, Indulging Patrician is near broken. But we really didn't see good white late, and we did see... we did see really late good green. We saw green the entire pack, I agree. So I think we have to draft black-green in this seat. So I'm going to grab the Intervention. Azusa sucks. You never want to play that. This pack sucks. You never want to play this whole pack. So I guess Setesian Training it is. This pack is kind of going very embarrassingly bad at the moment. I don't want any of this. I mean, Guile's an okay trick. Like, I don't particularly want it. We're not going to really have ways to discard the Gloomsower in green-black unless we see Crypt Lurker, which we don't have any of yet. I mean, we could play Gloomsower, but I'm happy enough to Rise Again, Gormand, or Warden of the Woods. Alchemist Gift's okay. I think I'd rather have Ranger's Guile, since Hexproof means you can save a creature from removal. I know the lifelink could bring back the Ghoul, but I don't know if it's all that likely to line up. Do like this dino. Thank you, JP. Appreciate the subscription. I started off today by 7-0ing with the blue-red spells as well. When that deck gets there, it's totally busted. Yeah, I think the dino's better than the Morbid Cat. I mean, if you're really good at triggering the cat, that's one thing. But the dino is a better blocker. It trades up. If it attacks as a 4-4 Death Touch, that's a lot better than attacking as a 3-3 or even a 4-4. Let's eliminate the opposition. Try and get some wins. Yeah, we had some rough packs. Like, clearly black and green are open. Like, we just saw Eliminate and Grasp, like, 6th pick. I think some of these packs just didn't break well for us. I don't think I'm going to main deck Sniper. We're not really that scared of flyers. Like, we have plenty of removal in our own flyers. Pretty easy Thallid here. Yeah, I like a Limb over Grasp. Now let's take a look at Thallid and Finishing Blow and see what we need. 3-drop, 3-drop. That's it? Okay, we don't have a lot of early 3-drops necessarily. 5, 5, 6, 6. We're not... Our curve is just pretty, like, up and down. Like, I mean, I generally think Finishing Blow is better, but we do have 2 5s and 2 6s and not that many 3-mana creatures. So I'm gonna go out on a limb there and grab the Death Bloom. Yeah, it's good with Gorman, too. Now I'm going to grab Gnarled Sage. It's an okay 5. Kept the curve down. We can go ahead and grab another 5 now. Finishing Blow is still good, but it's just you pay a lot for what you get, and it's an aggro format. Like, I don't hate Turn to Slag and Finishing Blow. I'm pretty much never actually cutting them from decks or anything like that. But I don't feel like this is a format where they overperform. You get what you pay for. I can't remember the last time I actually wanted to play Hard Mind Rot in the main, but there's been a lot of, like, iterations of the card that were better. Like when it was the Adventure Creature, Cavern Whisperer was excellent. Let's take a look at this Cat Lord. Do we have cats? I know the Cat Lord is not like anything like, you know, the Packmaster. But if you have cats that you're pumping, it's a decent card. Dinos. We have 0 cats in our pool. Okay. Devotee is pretty good with this much removal. Probably just want to take that. Devotee is not great in, like, you know, Blue-Black Reanimator, but it's pretty good in a green creature deck with Death Touch and a bunch of removal spells and Thalids. Bunch of ways to force trades. This card seems pretty busted. So if I have like 8 power in play and I pay 5, they take 8 and I gain 8. I think Hunter's Edge is a little worse than the Devotee there. Hunter's Edge is fine. I mean, I want this whole pack. I like Grasp, Tyraniton, Warden, but I'm going to try this thing out. Veto looks pretty busted to me. So now we can just grab one of the green tricks. Neither one is particularly good for us. I guess with 1/1s, Saprolings, Titanic Growth could turn those into a removal spell. I think this is the deck that wants Titanic Growth more than training. The reason for that is because we have 3 Death Bloom Thalids. So we're likely to have 1/1s sitting around, and then turning those into 5/5s makes them potentially game-winning threats. Rights is okay with 3 Thalids. Again, you can sack a 1/1 and that's good. If you sack the Thalid, that's not, like, great. It's also a way to bring back our Ghoul. We can activate Veto, trade a creature, and then bring the Ghoul back. I think I just want Cultivate. Yeah, Cultivate's just a nice 2-for-1, basically. Our deck is pretty grindy. It's not slow. I think we'll be able to cast Cultivate. I'm just going to grab another Duel. Not sure what I want now. Carrion Grub could help us, what? It could find the Ghoul. It can find creatures to rise again. Not great, not horrible. I like this Dino. Truffle Snout might be what we need. It's a way to get back the Ghoul. No 2-drops. Yuck. Just a couple removal, but you're right. Alright, I'm going to take Snare Spinner. It's towards the end of the draft, and we don't have enough 2-drops. You are 100% right. I mean, we don't have none, but, like, because Eliminate and Grasp can be cast on turn 2, and then Porculus finds a 1-drop. But you are good catch. We are lacking 2-drops. For the same reason, let's grab a Blackguard. Just filler 2s, but something to do in the early game. Now, Hunter's Edge, of course. My favorite 2-drop, Tyrannodon. I love this card. Very easy to turn it on later. It's a good blocker earlier. So 26 because of the 2 hollows. So we got to cut like 2 or 3 lands. I mean, cards. Cards are pretty good. There's not a lot to cut. Maybe Ranger's Guile. We could cut Vine. We did end up picking up some 2-drops towards the end. Plus, we have the removal spells. No, Setesian Training could go. It's a decent card in general, but it's not that good in this deck. I could see cutting it. I think we want the growth, because we have a lot of small creatures, and again, 1/1s are going to be floating around. I'm probably playing 1 land too many, since this is best of 1. Because we have Cultivate and everything, too. And we have 2 duels, we're 9/9. Let's pop back in the Guile. Is the Vine doing anything for us? Can sack it to the Gourmand. Trigger the Devotee. I think the Guile might be good with Devotee to protect, and that 1/3 Vigilance, 1/3 lifelink thing or whatever. I forget what it's called. The thing that gives all our creatures lifelink and they take that much damage. I think 16 with Cultivate is probably enough. Veto. Yeah. If this was best of 3, I'd probably play 17 in this deck. But with the Hand Smoother, I think 16 is probably good. I've never had Veto yet. I mean, it looks pretty powerful. Yeah, I mean, I like Eliminate more than Grasp. It's just way easier to cast is the main reason. I mean, obviously they're comparable, but Black you just don't always have on, especially on turn 2 on curve. Like, it's a lot easier just to have Black 1, and these are your early game removals, ideally. Occasionally, they might have a 5 toughness or whatever that you're eliminating that you can't grasp. I mean, they also might have a 4/4/4 that you're grasping that you can't eliminate. But really, the main reason is just the casting cost. Because you don't always have black in 2-color decks right away. This trade's not, like, amazing, but mine still has I have a couple ways to bring it back, even though not a lot. I also just kind of want to slow the game down. I've got Warden and then Rise. Again, happy to trade, slow the game down. There it is, the Veto. Slow it down, Shank, slow it down. Oh, no real choices. Whoa, let's not get Kraken. What is going on here? So, Gourmand, we'd have to sack Veto. Warden looks okay. I mean, they can tap it. spell or ability. So if they tap it, we'll draw 2. I like that. I'm just chilling. Like, I could attack. They probably don't block. But if they do end up killing or tapping the 5/7, then the 1/3 is stopping 2 points of damage, potentially. So we'll see. Draw 2 cards? Yeah, please. Obviously, they can deal me a lot of damage, but then I could also gain life back. So this is an interesting game, to say the least. No reason not to. And this is actually great. Now they're going to have to sack a real creature to Gormand if I do that. Doesn't have Death Touch or anything. Yeah, I'm going to get stung here pretty bad, but I think I'm going to be in a winning position. Not 100%. So I can just wipe their board as long as they don't have anything for 1 blue, right? Why not wait to eliminate? It might change their plays. They might play things that I want to eliminate even more. In worst case, they counter it. I don't actually need to kill Vito right now. It's their only creature. They'll end up sacking it. I also have Titanic Growth up. Like, if they are about to double grass, I'm going to Growth to stay alive. Alright, I think this turn I'm pretty happy to activate Veto. Then I'll get back my 3/1 from the yard, put my tap land in play, gain a bunch of life. Life is good. Drain land. That was a good turn. It was about the equivalent of 2 Teferi's Tutelages out and casting Reign of Revelation. Don't you agree, Foxy? Yeah, Warden is really good. This is a really strong uncommon creature. I like something like Warden a lot more than Gnarled Sage. So, if I give it hexproof, they won't be able to bounce it. They're not copying anything. I think they're dead. That's the least I've ever seen Sublime do. Am I going to get decked? I mean, it is optional. I won't draw again. So 3, 5, 6. Oh, plus I could activate Veto. They're super dead. I'm done drawing cards. Yeah, I really do like the Warden a lot. Because a 5/7 Vigilance or whatever is going to dominate the ground. And then if they play removal, you get 2 cards. I actually don't even like when Wizards prints cards like that. Because, you know, big creatures are supposed to dominate the board if they live, and the counter to that is people get rewarded for drafting and saving removal. There's a lot of turns where it's tempting to use a removal spell to get in damage, but if you do, then you don't have it if they play something even better. So that's the natural tension in Magic. But, like, something like Warden just breaks that, because even if you save the removal, even if you have the removal, Warden still just provides you a big advantage. Warden is a really, really powerful card. It's a card that's a lot better than it looks, I think. Like, it looks good, but it's actually substantially better. Probably should be rare. I agree. So do we want Thallid or Ghoul? They're both pretty good into the open removal mana. They could have Scorching Dragonfire, in which case, which one would I rather lose? I'd probably rather lose the Ghoul. I'm not that good at bringing it back. If they have Shock, I don't know which one I'd rather have them kill. Probably the Ghoul, like if they have Shock or Grasp, because it could come back, whereas the Thallid only gives me a 1/1. But if they're going to have an Exile, I'd probably rather them just get the Ghoul. Because I don't need a 1/1 that bad. I'd rather have the ability to have the 3/1 later. I don't think I'm going to Ranger's Guile. I don't really care. I could sack it, but I don't think it's worth my whole turn. Like, cards are nice, but I've got, what, 4 creatures. I'm just going to cast things and attack. Thank you, Dr. Salvador. Appreciate the subscription. So if we trade, I net a 1/1. Seems good. Otherwise, they take 3. And again, let's just go Thallid Beatdown. You can't really attack or block profitably into these Thallids. So unless they play something bigger, we're pretty good to go right now. I guess they could also just play their own Thallid. Yeah, Shock is awesome. Shock might be the best common in the set. I really like Shock in this format. So I think I'm going to hold off on attacking right now because they have the Witch's Cauldron up and they're going to block with their Thallid and get to sack the 1/1 and draw a card. If at a later date it's not up, they'll still make the same trade and then I'll Skeleton Archer it before they can sack it. So I think for now I'm just going to cultivate and develop my board so that I can Warden next turn. And I'm going to pass on trading because even though I get in 3 damage, so I'm giving up 3 damage right now, I don't really want to make the trade while they have 2 available, and then they get to sack the 1/1 to the Cauldron and draw a card right away. So I can't Skelly the token because they would sack it. But, again, when they don't have 2 mana up, then I will. Like now. So, Warden can always wait a turn. I'm going to kill the 1/1 while they can't sack it. Got a double block on the Bone Pit. If they have removal, I blow them out with Ranger's Guile. Life is good. Then I untap. There's other things they could do, like Shore Strike or whatever, but again, who really cares? They kill my creatures, I get a 1/1, I untap and attack. And if it is Scorching Dragonfire, then we blow them out with the Ranger's Guile. Ranger's Guile's fine. It can protect some really good creatures. I wouldn't want to play a lot of it. I wouldn't take it that highly. But if your creatures are good, it's a pretty nice trick to be able to blank removal and just leave 1 up. If your creatures are really small, then you'd prefer to have like Titanic Growth or Shore Strike. I'm going to play lands because if they do kill the Warden, I draw 2 cards. Who knows how much I can spend. If they Mind Rot, they're getting murdered on the board. I'm not really that afraid. No real choices this turn. I'll probably Swarm as early as next turn, but if I send everything, they're just going to eat a 3/3 and take 2 extra. No reason to throw away an Archer to deal 2. They didn't have a block on the Warden right now anyway. I know I can Intervention, but I can also use that to protect my stuff. Warden is very good. Warden is, like I said, it looks good, but it's actually better than it looks. It's actually just great. Okay, now I think I'm going to attack with everything because they can't really just block small creatures. If they wanted to eat the 3/3 and like block a 1/1, they would take 10 and die. They can like eat the 3/3 and block the 4/4 Death Touch, but then I'll just play the Intervention anyway, have the 4/4 Death Touch live. They're going down to 2. Life is good. I guess 3 because they can sack to the oven, but Yeah, that's why I switched into green, because we got that Warden, like, 7th, pack 1. That just shouldn't happen. No, Bone Pit Brute is not great. But I do think it's a playable curve topper if you want a 6-drop. But it's not great. It's just mediocre. Warden is excellent. Warden is a lot better than the blue 5/7 hexproof, yeah. Megalodon. You can't always or never let's go Tahiti. It's a good question. I get asked questions like that a lot. But, I mean, it really depends on everything you have and what you're facing at the time. That's why draft's the best. I mean, there's not an answer as to when you switch colors. You know, I didn't even know we were switching into green until pack 2. I just was like, you know what, there's a Warden and there's not that much, and Warden's really good. Let's take it and see what keeps coming. Yeah, because it's an aggressive format, so Vigilance is really good. Because there's a lot of attacking past each other, so the fact that it's able to hit and block is huge. What are you giving up to pick it? Exactly like Ixo said. Basically, every decision in draft is like, how much value does this have, plus what is the likelihood of me using it, compared to my other options, how much value do they have, and what is the likelihood of me using them. Okay, I don't think there's much they can do. I mean, this is a bite, not a fight. I don't want to let them on tap with Palladium Mirror here for 2 extra mana. There's no way to kill Thoud in response with green-green. They could, like, pump the mirror, but, again, it's a bite, not a fight. So, I'm going to go ahead and try and take it out. If it works, then I can attack with my 4-3. If they have Guile, well, I can still attack with my 4-3. If they trade, that's okay. This doesn't have Indestructible, just Hexproof. Thanks for gifting out 2 subs, Better Magic. Really appreciate the generosity. Something we've seen a lot of in the stream. Thank you for being super generous. If they play Ugin, I'm just going to concede. Actually, I guess I'll just Finishing Blow it. I lied. But now they can bait the Finishing Blow. I'm going to Finishing Blow the Dreadmaw. The question is, do I do it now? No, because I could actually just block in Growth. And, who knows? I mean, if they have second Ranger's Guile, that would be pretty surprising. So, they might have like a burn or a pump or something, but I gotta go for it. There's just too much more value in getting to use Growth, take out a 6/6, hold on to the Finishing Blow. And I mean, if they did destroy this, then I have a 1/1 to sack to Gourmand. Okay, so a 4/3 can trade with what they've played, and the 1/1 can't. So we want to sack the 1/1 to Gourmand. So for this turn, I'm going to sit back on removal and trade off Thallid with something. And then I'll Gourmand when I have the 1/1 token to sack. Thank you, at AxiomBR. Appreciate the subscription. Can't kill both of those 4 powers in response, so I'll take my 2. If they get aggro and attack with everything, I'll gladly just, like, kill something and put Thallid on one of the 2/2s. If they attack with these 2, like I would expect, then we'll just kill those. Even though this is way less mana efficient, it's worth the life, I think. Turd Ogre's a 4/3, that's a 4/2, so I gain 4 life by killing a 4/2 instead of a 4/3. And I'm not worried about the being mana efficient, really, because I'm almost down to just a couple spells in hand. I'm going to get to cast these whenever. For all I know, Finishing Blow will kill a Nugan, or just like, you know, a Dreadmaw or some giant creature that a Grasp won't kill. So there are times where I'd want to be mana efficient, but once I'm down to my last couple cards in hand, and I've got, you know, 7 mana, then I'm not really worried about it. So, if I attack and they double block, I Finishing Blow and life is good. But what happens if they take it? They go to 11, I Archer them down to 10, then Archer trades with an Ogre, I take 6 down to 8. Yeah, that's a race I'm winning, and then I have the Finishing Blow for the following turn. So I think we're going to go for it. And I'm not scared they'll have removal for the Archer, because I have Ranger's Guile. So, assuming they don't have a Guile, which they probably don't, I think we're good. I never emote. Like, I'll say hello to somebody when they say hello back to me, or good game when they say good game, or whatever, or I might emote good game before I concede. But I don't do the oops shenanigans. I'm too cool for it, I'm sorry. Clearly we're not going to hold the Archer to hope they play something to ping. Let's just get a 3-3 out. Blocks their 2-2 and can attack. Yeah, Guile's fine. I mean, if you have good creatures to protect, the Hexproof can really, like, come into play. Like, 1 mana +1/+1 is not a playable card, but Hexproof just counters, like, any removal spell. So that's actually pretty good. Here's why I don't like this card that much. You play it towards the end of the game, it just doesn't necessarily do anything. So now we attack with both. If they take it, we Guile and they're dead. If they block the mirror on the Archer, okay. Fine trade. Tonight's treating me good. How are you, Infested? I haven't lost you yet tonight, so life is good. Yeah, the animation's better than the card, though. Whose side are you on, TPO? Listen, I'm not saying it's not playable. If you've got, like, Magmuts, things that are out that it works with, an aggressive deck, and it's your curve topper, I'm not saying you can't play that 6-mana enchantment they just played that triples damage. It's a powerful card. I'm just saying a lot of games in Limited, people trade things off, they use removal, you use removal. By the time you put that out, you might just have 1 or 2 things out, and it might not be very effective. If your deck is super grindy, Sky Scanners, Magmuts, Mono Red, it's the top of your curve, like, I'm not saying there's no decks where I take and play the card. I'm just saying it's not, like, that great. So we want to put out something that can block that profitably. So I'm going to go with the 2-3 over the 3-1. Hopefully they don't have removal. I mean, Shock, okay. If it's Scorching Dragonfire, that's pretty bad for us. Looks like they did not. Which means they probably won't have it this turn, but they could have a bounce or something like that. I don't really want to let them draw extra cards. You know, it's something I live in constant fear of. So for now, I'm going to just play it a little safe, get a second creature up. Okay, so if I attacked and then played the Ghoul, they could attack with the Larcenist and trade it with the Ghoul. So then they get their card and a trade. We don't want to allow that. So for this turn, it's just Ghoul and pass. I know I have the Guile, but that's to protect us from removal. Now, if this Ghoul was a 3-2, I would attack with the Archer, because then if they tried to remove the Ghoul, I could Guile it, and then block the Larcenist. But I don't want to attack to hit them for 3, and then have them trade Larcenist for Ghoul and get a card. Conversely, I can attack with the Ghoul, and if they block with the Larcenist, they don't get their card, and I'm fine with that. So we're going to send the Ghoul, hold the Archer back to block. I'm just going to slam Warden. Maybe they have a counter, maybe they don't. There's no real reason to put them on one. I pity the Ghoul. So now they're digging for answers. Turn to Slag does 5, not 6. Searing whatever does 5, not 6. This seems like a fine block to me. There's nothing that gives Death Touch. If they're going to burn it out with 2 spells or something, I'll be ecstatic. I'll draw 4 cards. Alright. So, we can attack with everything. If the Warden blocks one of the small creatures, we have to use Grasp and Ranger's Guile, but I think that's worth it to kill the Waker of Waves. Assuming they don't block with the Waker, then I've got the Warden with Grasp up. I'm also going to play Gorman and sack one of the small creatures. So I think first and foremost, let's attack with everything. The Warden's back anyway. They only have 1 creature on the ground besides the Warden, which will block the Waker, and it pings anyway. If they trade the Magmut for either, like for the Ghoul, that's good for us, because it means when we Gorman, we get a better creature, at least the flyer. And I'm really hoping the Waker will just block the Ghoul or the Archer. I'm willing to, like, 2 or 3 for 1 myself to get through that Waker, because we have Gorman and Warden they're going to have to deal with, whereas the Waker's kind of dominating the board. Okay, so let's take care of that. I mean, they can't really attack back because I'm just going to block with the Warden and use the same trick. So it really depends on their hand. I would play the same as my opponent if I had, like, nothing relevant in hand. If I had, like, a counter, then I might not block with the Waker, because then you can attack back. So it really depends on their hand. Thanks, OO Chef. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was better or worse than what I drafted today. Alright, so we have enough mana for Eliminate and Gormand, so this looks good. If I eliminate the Magmut and then attack with these 3, they're for sure going to block the 1/1 on the Ghoul, take 8, and then I can Gormand, sack the Archer, and get the Singer. That looks great. I like... This would probably be my third of those 3. I like Theros better than Ikoria, and I like Ikoria better than this, I think. The Blue-Black Reanimator went 4-3. I honestly think the deck was substantially better than that. I mean, if you saw all 3 games we lost were, like, they top-decked, it was super close, like, whatever. So I think the deck was a little better than the 4-3 it went. I do miss original Theros a little bit, but we're talking about Theros Beyond Death, I assume. The Shrines are better than they look. If you get 2 out, most of them are pretty powerful. Like, I think having 1 is a little overrated. Like, people are a little obsessed with the Black Shrine. If you play that in the early game and it pings every turn, that's a 2-point swing. That's a good card, but it's not like incredible. It's just good. If you play it in the late game, it does nothing. Like if you play a turn 7 black shrine and then turn 8 you ping for 1, that's not a good magic card. But as soon as you have 2 out, it's really good. If you go like black and green, black and blue, green and black, green and blue, like any 2 of those 3, it's just pretty powerful. So I'm pretty high on the shrines because you can easily splash. You can play like green, blue, splash the black or red or white one, green, black, splash the blue, red or white one. And then as soon as you have 2 out, they're pretty good. I kind of wish they weren't legendary. I mean, you can't just have 2 black shrines out and have each one deal 2. But maybe they could be worded something like, for each different shrine, like for each shrine with a different name you have in play, then you increase them by 1. This way, like, you could play 2 black shrines, and then you would just get, like, 2 points of damage. You know what I mean? Like, because it is kind of unfortunate that when you draft, like, 2 black and 2 green shrines, and then you draw, like, your 2 black or your 2 green, you get stuck with 1 in hand. That kind of, like, lessens the value of them substantially, I think, because you want to play a lot of them so that you draw them early and in combination. So it would have been nice. You can't, like I said, you can't have 2 black shrines out and have them getting drained for 4. But it would have been nice if they could have come up with a wording where they weren't legendary, but you only got to, like, drain for each different shrine you had out. Like, in, the bonus or whatever for each different shrine you had out. So if you had 2 black shrines out, they would just take 2, not 4. There is a decent amount of looting that offsets it, that's true. Including the blue shrine itself. But there are times, like, if you were just black-green, you might want to play, like, 3 black and 2 green shrines, and then it does come up. Okay, so do we want this trade? We'll net a 1-1, but we kind of want this Thallid out to fight with, so I think we just take the 1. So that to bite with, I should say. The red shrine isn't looting, though, because you can only discard lands, right? It doesn't let you discard other shrines for value, I don't think. If it was discard any card, then yeah. Oh, no, it does. It's land or shrine or something like that, right? Yeah, it's land or shrine. You're right. So that helps with that problem. You're right. This is a lot of damage. I mean, they're down to 1 card in hand. I'm not dead, but not sure if I can survive. So what can I do? I can rise. That looks awful. So I guess it's just Hunter's Edge. Hopefully they don't have any more spells to play. I mean, on board, I'm fine. If they want to attack and deal me 3 and lose 1, cool. If they have more cards to play, I'm dead. Like, if they have more prowess stuff. But the Warden can attack and block, so that's going to allow us to clock them decently. Hey, thanks, Golden Skeet. Appreciate the generous donation. Alright, I'm going to attack with both. Play the Pteranodon. Not really worried about losing creatures anymore. I just don't want to die to the Swarm, so I'm just going to bring everything back. The Ghoul doesn't need to attack. If they attack, it can block one of these prowesses. If they block one of my creatures and Arsonist the Ghoul, then I'll sack it and get another card, so it's fine. Because I'm now in a position where I'm really trying to just pressure them. If I can force their board to crumble before they draw more spells, that's pretty good for me. Even though that wasn't especially good for me, again, if I make them use their spells on my turn, that's also not horrible. So I assume they'll deal 1 to the Ghoul, but we can sack it, so it's not nearly as bad as it looks. Hopefully we find something to play. No more, no more. Well, now they're going to try and attack for lethal. I don't know why they're saying good game, because unless they have something else, they're the one who's going to lose. But 7 isn't 10. So I don't know if they have a blocker or not. Hopefully not. Oh, they have to have 2 blockers. So Good game to you as well, opponent. I mean, it was a good game. It was close. They had a swarm and they triggered their prowesses. I had some bigger stuff. I mean, it was a good game. They were right. So I don't think we can keep this. Expensive double green card, 2/5 drops. This is a pretty clear mull. Alright, this hand's a little better. I don't know what we're going to put back. We're not going to put back the 2 lands. Cultivate gets us all the way up to 5, and we have a lot of expensive cards, so we probably want to keep that. Probably just put back the Archer. The only thing is we could put back like a Thallid, because if we draw 3 and we're keeping Cultivate, then we have 5. But I'm not actually sure if the Archer's even better than a Thallid that often. We haven't lost with this deck yet, but we're about to if we don't top deck a land here. Come on, deck. Hooray! Even though if you have expensive cards, you want to ramp first. I don't want to start taking unnecessarily damage. And I don't have anything expensive I'm itching to cast. So I'm just going to put out Thallids first here. 1 Thallid is a good enough blocker for me. If they want to trade a Magmut for it, I'll go get my 1/1. So I'm going to hit for 3. Put out my other Thallid. I mean, look, it's to each their own. I like to make jokes. It really doesn't matter to me. But personally, I just don't think the person winning the game is really supposed to say good game. I think that's something the person losing the game says before they concede. Call me old-fashioned or whatever. It's cool. So we're hitting for 3 to take 2 back. This has become a race we're winning easily. I think now it's time to develop the board. Next turn we can double spell if we get the lands here. Especially with Titanic Growth, we can't really lose a race. They're practically dead. We could actually 11 them right now. Now, 11's not 12. There's no real reason to do that. But there's no way they're going to kill us on their turn. So I'm just going to attack, play the Ghoul, end a turn, I'll flash in the Blackguard, and then next turn we'll probably lethal them with Hunter's Edge and Titanic Growth. They do have a lot of Magmuts. So if we kill one of those with the Edge and we pump our 1/1, they have to let through 2 creatures. So unless they let through the 2/2 here and the 3/2 and the 2/1, they die to the Growth. If they do let through those 2, well, we don't kill them this turn, we just kill them next turn, but that seems perfectly fine to me. Now, we do want a Hunter's Edge one that's summoning sick. No, it doesn't matter, because if we do one that's not, they're going to ping us with it now. It makes no difference. And if, otherwise, they'll block and then ping us before it dies. But this works out pretty well, because if they block the Masked Guard, since we can't pump, that means they're letting 5 through, and then we lethal them with Growth. If they block... if they let through the Blackguard and like the 2/2, then we can't lethal them. But then we just trade with them 2 Magmuts, play the Pteranodon, they take 4, and they're at 5. We still have our pumping Blackguard for next turn. I mean, if we put it on the Thallid, and then we attack with the 1/1 sap, we kind of telegraph, but maybe they just don't block. I mean, the reality is, we're going to win, like, with the Titanic Growth, like, one way or another. Not really sure what the best way to try and lethal them this turn was. I didn't really want to telegraph the Growth, because I thought they'd probably block the Blackguard, since I'm presumably out of stuff and it can be pumped. Thanks, Chicken Nuggets. Appreciate the support. Hey, could we get 2 7-0s in one day? 6-0. You think we're going to win the next game? Yeah, this is the second draft. We started out with a blue-red that I drafted off-stream that I 7-0'd with. I'm not counting that. Then blue-black reanimator 4-3. Now we're 6-0 with the black-green. We're going to do one more draft after this and play that one all the way through. Oh, we're definitely not going to mull this. Hopefully we won't flood out too badly. I think I only played 16 land, but we also have that cultivate. But this hand looks pretty good. Maybe I'll save the second one of these for after this for the ping, but I'm still going to play one. Even though I drew land 3, you never know when you're going to want to put tap lands in play. I think I'll hold the 1 for the free point of damage, because I have 2 3-drops to play. So most likely I'm going to play Thallid on 3, Veto on 4, and then I can play a tap land and ping them. But I'm not going to hold the second tap land just for an extra point. That would be unnecessarily greedy. So if I attack, they get to attack back. I'm not going to block with Veto, and this has lifelink, so I don't really want to race it. So for this turn, I think I'm just going to chill. Remember, if I had attacked and they attacked with Acolyte, I thought ahead. I already knew I wasn't going to block with Veto, because then Veto dies to Skeleton Archer, or any ping, any pump spell. So if I'm not going to block the Acolyte with Veto, that means I'd be hitting them for 3. Then they would hit me back for 2 and gain 2. So I'm taking 2 and they're taking 1. That's not a good exchange. So I just didn't attack with the Thallid in the first place. Now we have Rise again to get the Veto back if it dies. And we can activate Veto, gain 3, and drain for an additional 3. So now I am going to attack with the Thallid. I guess the downside is they can block with the Ghoul and then get it back. Maybe I should Finishing Blow the Acolyte here instead of using Veto. I wasn't going to do that, but I don't want to let them sack this and then bring it back. I don't want to let them net cards. So I think I'm going to Finishing Blow the Acolyte. They could easily have feet, but it's not that big of a deal. I guess then they do get to net the card, so that part's not great. You're welcome, Brento. I don't love how I played this. Like, I don't really care that much about them feeding the Acolyte. I have the growth to take it out next turn. The problem is now they get to net the card and everything. I don't really like how I played this. Well, if I blocked, they wouldn't necessarily cast feet. I could Titanic Growth. I don't think they would cast feet if I blocked. In a 5 open mana, it's highly unlikely. I would not expect that. I think, though, now I can just flash this in and growth it. Yeah, they missed the sack to return, which if I knew they were going to miss, then I actually like my play just fine. The reason I didn't like my play, because I wanted to spend the 5 mana, the reason I didn't like my play was because it let them net that extra card. So, I mean, they'll probably have another trick. We know they're holding all spells in hand, but I have to work through those. And this is a pretty good exchange. Like, if they kill my Blackguard, they don't gain the 3 life from lifelink. If they, like, feet, it's not big enough to kill my Blackguard. Like, basically, this works out pretty well for me, like, regardless. So, 3, 6, 7... So I can start with the lifelink next turn. I need a double block on the Acolyte, or I can put the Bloom on the Ghoul. So I think I actually have to block with Veto, which I don't care because I have Rise, but I don't really need to deal them damage. So I think I would rather... this is interesting. What do I want to do? I mean, if they're not going to draw the extra cards, I could just hit them for 4 and then gain 4 and they take an extra 4. I guess I want to try and trade with the Acolyte. I don't need the Veto, and they don't know that, because Veto is pretty busted as we get into this late game as a mana sink, but I have the Rise to get it back, and they don't know that. So now I'm going to attempt to double block Acolyte. Hopefully, through Grasping Feet, we're through their tricks. So if they send just the Ghoul, I can block with my Thallid, get a 1/1, and then they're not gaining 3 life. If they attack with both, then I can double block the Acolyte. Does that change anything? Yeah, now I can't double block off the 4/5, and if I kill the Ghoul, they just get it back. That's not great for me. So I have to block. So do I want to... I guess if I block the Ghoul, it comes back as a 3/1. That's better than just chumping the Acolyte. They gain their 4 either way. So no real decisions. Yeah, sitting around isn't great either, though. Like, we can race with the Veto. I think, for now, what do we want to do? I mean, we can Dino. It can stop the Acolyte. That's pretty good. And I guess if we build a stalemate for a turn or two, we can attack and gain life before they can Sanctum us out. Well, I have the Veto. Not that well, now I'm dead to the Flyer, but I couldn't have expected that. But the plan was to Veto and then attack for a big life swing at some point. That was a pretty interesting game. I don't know. I think it was right to attack with the Thallid. I couldn't really predict some of what happened. I don't know how much I like the Rise Feet turn, but I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm not going to Rise main phase. If I block and they pass, then I'm going to pass. I can't cast it and have them feed in response. I would lose Veto and the removal spell. So if they attack and I block and they don't cast it, I get completely screwed. I have to just like let it happen. They gain their life. Then they can sack the Ghoul, bring the Ghoul back, Archer if they have it. There wasn't really, like, great lines there. I'm not saying I played optimally, but there really wasn't, like, great lines available to me. Thank you, Jester J23. Appreciate the subscription. So what do we have? 9 black sources and Cultivate. This hand's pretty good if we draw a Swamp. 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop on the draw. I don't really have a favorite avatar. I don't know why it's a Johnny. I don't think I deliberately set that. Yeah, Intervention's a lot better than Ranger's Guile, because you pay 1 extra mana, but a lot of times in combat, you just get to save 2 creatures or 1 good creature, and it's just awesome. Indestructible is pretty powerful and limited. No more perfect draws. Can't discard the reach creature. They know about the growth. Probably never get a good opportunity to use that. I mean, I did keep it, but it was a 2-lander on the draw with a 2-drop, a 3-drop, a 4-drop. I mean, on the draw, if you only need one more land, I almost always keep. I mean, you have 3 cracks at it. And it's like, you know, whatever, 14 or 15 of your 32 cards. So if I Archer or Scanner, I die. Otherwise, I have to block a flyer, which I cannot do this turn. I did need a black land, which there's 9 of, plus Cultivate if I draw a green land. It's kind of a pseudo 10th source. But if I don't draw a black land, then maybe I'm drawing green 2 and 3 drops because I can cast also. So, I mean, really the way I usually think about that is how many good draws do I have. If it's exactly 9, I usually wouldn't keep. But normally you're going to have, like, Cultivate, green 2 and 3 drops. So you're going to end up with, like, in your first 3 cards, your good draw count is going to be, like, you know, 10, 11, 12, 13. In which case I almost always am going to keep. One thing that I may not process properly, some of my keeps like that may be right in, like, normal Magic. But other people's draws may be a little bit better than average because of the hand smoother. So it's possible in best of 1, you have to mulligan a little more aggressively because your opponents have better hands than average. That might be a factor. Like, best of 1 has the hand smoother, which changes Magic. So, like, maybe your opponents curve out a little more often. Yeah, the more aggressive a format, the more you want to mulligan as well. So this turn, I think I'm going to Thallid. Next turn, we can always Cultivate, and then the turn after that, we can play 2 things. We still need another land to be able to double spell. So even if I cultivated this turn, next turn I'd have 5. I could, like, remove 1 creature. But I couldn't play 2 creatures. I also didn't really want to get this Cultivate countered. I'd much rather them counter the Thallid. Remember, you can always play the land you get immediately, so maybe we're not double spelling, but we're not missing a land drop either. Now we can Cultivate. Play the land. Key. Cool. I'm not going to play Veto yet. I'm going to play Ghoul. This way, if they go to kill it, I can sack it and draw a card. If they don't, on their turn, I'll kill their Singer with Eliminate. And then when I play Veto next turn, I can have Growth up to protect it from a lot of red removal. I do not have a favorite land art. Not really, no. Okay, cool. No problem. So I do want to get out my creatures first. So again, I'm going to play this now, but I'm going to leave up Grasp. Try and grasp the flyer this turn. By my creatures, I mean my non-veto creatures. Because I want to start sinking the mana into Veto, like, after I play it. And I want to have Growth available, possibly. Well, I'm going to try and grasp in response to that. Don't know if they're going to have something or not, but if we stop them from drawing 2 and we kill the Singer, I'll be ecstatic. So this is a no-brainer. Unfortunately, it looks like they have something. I mean, we're not going to take it really hit this turn because the -4 still happens. And then we'll see. If we draw a land, I can play Veto and activate it. If I don't, I'll play Veto and then have Growth up to protect it. Okay, so no land, but we drew a nice creature to play, so that's a little bit of a plot twist. I guess the Magma can ping us, so we probably have to just play the big body and attack. If they trade with the Ghoul, that's decent, then they can't ping us. If they have removal, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. We take 4, we still have plenty of time to get the Veto down. And if they can't kill an Gnarled Sage, life is good. Oh, now it's Veto time. Hopefully we don't die this turn, because if not, we get to untap, activate Veto, and we should win. I mean, it's possible to kill us from 9 with a Singer, but it's not easy. Eh, we got it. They're just dead. We don't even need our tricks or anything. We just activate Veto and they're super dead. Yeah, Veto seems pretty good. It's a powerful game-winning card. Alright, so we got the 7 wins. We didn't get the 7-0 after that one tough game against the Black-White, but we did get the 7 wins. Let's get into one more draft of the day. I'm going to refill my tea, and we'll be back with the final best-of-1 draft for this afternoon. Alright, let's see. So the rare's good. I think it's first pickable. I don't think it's like S tier. But you can get that casting cost down. Pay 5 or 6 for this. Kill 2 creatures. It's a pretty good card. Even if you pay 7 for it. The Veteran's pretty good too. There's a lot of ways to put counters on. And then putting +1 counters every turn for 1 is awesome. Hold is also a good card. This is a really aggressive format. People's creatures are tapped a lot. It's pretty easy to hold something on Sweet Tea. I would not consider any of the commons. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Pteranodon. The Cat's fine. Curse fine. Like a lot of these commons are playable. Capture Sphere is solid, but this is a pick between the rare and the 2 uncommons. That's about it. I think Salvo's the best. I mean, if you have no creatures out, you can't cast it. But if you have 6 power out for 6 mana, you get to like kill their 2 best creatures. I think Salvo's better than the uncommons, but I'm not super confident in that. Okay, again, we're not really looking at the commons. Like, you know, Rise is fine. Hunter's Edge is solid to good removal. Pride Malkin is fine. But at the end of the day, there's Baron here, which it's Mana War. But also, if you bounce one of your permanents to your hand, you get to draw a card. So sometimes you do that. Or there's like Jeskai Elder, which is excellent for blue-red spells to follow a Salvo with. I mean, Watcher's probably the best of them, but I'm not going to follow a red rare with a blue-white gold uncommon when there's 2 good blue cards. Salvo's quite good. Again, it's first pickable. I wouldn't call it S tier. Like, I wouldn't say it needs to be banned from Limited, but it's quite good. I mean, this card's... Oh, it's a Man of War at worst. I think it's worth taking. Wingmare's good, because white is an aggressive little creature deck in this format, but it's not like it's amazing or anything. Wingmare is just fine. Sanctuary is really good in red-white aggro if we end up there. It's not the best in blue-red. We can try and prioritize a few birds, cats, dogs, goats, oxes, or snakes. I don't really love any of the cards in this pack, though. Like, for blue-red, what are we even taking? Like, I don't like Kraken in blue-red. Like, it's playable. I don't know what to take. Could still be red-white aggro. Could be blue-red. I mean, the Kraken, it's okay in the blue-red deck. I think you speculate on the land. And we can also prioritize the red things that it pumps. It's not like if we're blue-red, the land is unplayable. We can prioritize red dogs and so on. Feels like we might be seeing green, though. We've seen a lot of green cards. There's not much in the way of red-blue here. I mean, there's Pyroling. If you get it early, you prioritize Magmuts and stuff, but it's not the easiest to turn on. Hunter's Edge and Invigorating Surge are both excellent. Finishing Blow is pretty good. I don't love Finishing Blow in this format, like I said last draft, but it's still a good card. Green does go well with Sanctuary, yeah. And green-red is actually probably the best Salvo deck, because then you have all those green power creatures. Pyroling can be insane, but can also not do much. I think I'm going to take Surge. So, basically animals. So we could take the Mauler. It's a cat. Otherwise, there's Turret Ogre. I mean, our red card is better than our green card. But if we end up green-red, I'd rather have the Mauler than the Turret Ogre, I think. Oh, Surge is really good, yeah. Surge is very powerful. I mean, look, I'm not committed to any of these. I mean, if we go green-white animals or something with Sanctuary and Surge, like, that could still be a great deck. But we're not going to decide that now for a Watchdog or a Wingmare, I don't think. Well, again, I like Tyrannodon a lot. Falconer Adept is better, I think, by a little bit. I'm not opposed to going green-white. If I have to drop my first two picks, I'll drop my first two picks. We are seeing decent white. Tyrannodon is excellent in green-white as well, though, because you play all those ways to put a counter on things, so you can turn this into a 4/4 and attack on turn 3. But yeah, this makes birds. I know. I guess this late of a Falconer, we're supposed to draft green-white in the seat, it seems like. I don't want to fight it. If we're supposed to be a green-white counters deck in the seat, Volcanic Salvo and Baron are not so good that we're going to avoid what we're seeing. I think this Cattle is really good with the land and will be a good pseudo-removal spell in green-white. I don't love that card if you're like green-red or green-black because there's so much removal in this format, but I think I'll like it in a green-white deck. It also has to be blocked, and it's a cat, so we can pump it with the Sanctuary and Surge and like other ways to pump things. Alright, so now we're going to grab Tyrannodon. So it turns out we're green, and we don't have a second color. I mean, we can still play green-blue if we open a blue broken rare, but Adept and Salvo are at least as good as Baron, or better, and like I don't think green-blue is the best, and I don't think the stuff we have goes the best with blue. I'm not saying I won't play blue if we open a blue broken rare, like I said. I just think it's a lot less likely. If we do go green-white tokens, this thing is fine. It gets counters. Celestial Enforcer goes okay with it. I'm not saying it's unplayable. But green doesn't have flyers, so just because we have one way to make flyers, I don't think that's really somewhere we're trying to go. I highly doubt we're going to use any of these cards. Yeah, Mauler's fine. The fact that it can attack and block is really nice. Mauler's kind of better in green-red, where you have all the shocks and stuff. But at the same time, like, it's a cat. We've got Animal Sanctuary. It gets counters. Invigorating Surge can double all the counters on something. I love Basri's Acolyte. That card is fantastic. So if this was best of 3, I'd take Run Afoul for the sideboard, because I highly doubt I'm going to use the wall, but it's best of 1, and I'm not going to main that card. Well, we were already looking towards green-white tokens. And then there's Basri's Lieutenant. These get counters. This puts counters on things. This gets counters. This gets counters. I think we've got our deck. I like Basri's Solidarity, and like I said, I like Warden a lot, but this just has to be the Lieutenant. We're trying to draft a green-white tokens counters matter deck here. Alright, this deck is going to win with power level. It's got a good late game. I think Swift Response should be good in it. I'm not against Burl Fist Oak, but we already have, what, 5 4-drops, and we're only starting pack 2. I'm not LSV. We can't just keep taking 4-drops. We have to get the removal. That said, I do love Garruk's Uprising. The trample on this makes it unraceable. It normally draws a card when you cast it, draws more cards later. I'm a pretty big fan of Garruk's Uprising. Yeah, it doesn't look the best with all our 3/3s, but it doesn't have to draw a million cards. The fact that this card gives trample makes it excellent. The creatures are pretty small in this format, so like when all your creatures get trample, they can no longer chump block. It doesn't draw no cards at the moment. We'll almost always have a 4-power creature out because of all of our pump. Remember, we're going to put counter on Battalion, counter with Surge, counter with Lieutenant. These get counters. I'm not saying we're going to draw 7 cards off it, but if we draw 1 card off it right away when we cast it, and then it gives trample to our army, that's already a fine card. Don't sleep on Garruk's Uprising. Trample's really powerful in this format because the creatures are really small, and there's a lot of chump blocking and a lot of racing. Alright, so we definitely want one of these 3-drops. They're both, like, counters matter. I think we want Pride Malkin. It's a cat, so it works with that. Also, like I said, trample's really good. I mean, the 4 life could come in handy, but I think our deck wants that one more. Gotta grab a 2-drop. We only have 1 so far. Let me talk about this side for a second. This card is a lot better than it looks. This card is excellent. Like, we're obviously not black. We're not switching into black. We have a deck. We have good synergy. But, like, this card is first pickable. I mean, obviously it's not as good as Jit, but I don't mind the reference. You can refer to it as Jitte if you want to. It is, like, it grows. It's impossible to attack and block into. It's cheap to move around. You put it on your creature and attack. Now they can't trade with it or it'll grow. Then you move it to a different creature that's untapped. Now they can't attack into that or it'll grow. Scythe is very good. Like, first pickable good. Like, you can take it over Grasp. Like, it is excellent. Let's see. Elf Archer, not one of our creature types. It's okay. We're not going to do Shrines. I don't think we're going to play any of these. I'm going to grab the Enforcer, I guess, in case we get more flyers. We do have the Adept, but green doesn't have flyers. Easy Hunter's Edge. It even gets a counter. Thank you, Mark Set Go. Appreciate the 10 months of support. You're welcome for the content. Thank you for supporting it. Whenever you're ready to race, you let me know. Yes, the sides are awesome. Like I said, you can take it over Grasp. Like, it is very good. So I'm probably not going to splash Twin Blade. We don't really have fixing, and we already have a colorless land. Sometimes I play dubs in decks like this, but this particular one has a lot of 4s and not a lot of 2s. Dub is, like, if you have a lot of 2-drops and 3-drops, it's a really good card. If you have a lot of 4-drops, it's not a good card. So I don't think we're going to play that. Maybe Short Sword. Yep, well, it looks like we need to make a Raphael Levy is wrong command. No shame in it. All of the best have been wrong before. This deck's coming along pretty nicely. Yeah, Conclave Mentor would be busted. That would be one of the best cards we could open. Outside of that, I mean, Pteranodons are really good for us. We do need a few more 2-drops. Which one is Griffinary? Oh, the enchantment that... You gotta have a lot. Like, if you have a black-white life gain and you have, like, 2 of the 1/4 and multiple ways to pump it, and acolytes and ways to pump it, then you can make a 2/2 flyer every turn with lifelink creatures. But that card, Griffinary, it's not good just because you have 2 Revitalizes in your deck. You're not going to draw them that often. You're not going to draw the combo that often. If you do, you're going to make 1 2/2 flyer. Who cares? But if you have, like, 5 or 6 lifelinkers that can gain 3 every turn, then the Griffinary is good because you can trigger it turn after turn after turn sometimes. Alright, well, Scourge is nowhere near as good as Conclave Mentor would be for us, but it's still better than Pride Malkin, I think. We have a lot of ways to put counters on things, so we can just put this out as like a 1/1 and then just let it grow by putting counters on other things, or in the late game we can put it out as a giant creature. This is a clear Scourge. Elvish Visionary is a good card, but we're not a ramp deck, and like I said, don't look at this as expensive. You can play this in a deck like this on turn 2 as a 1/1, and then when we put counters on things, this thing grows too. Or if you draw your other 2-drops, then you can play this on turn 7 as a 6/6 or whatever. This is an X spell that you can play at any point in a green-white counters deck. Alright, Tempered Veteran, obviously tailor-made for our deck. I would happily take Swift Responses, but not over Tempered Veterans, of course. This is a green-white tokens counters matter deck. That's what we do. Again, if we don't see more flyers, I'm not going to play that just because I have, like, 1 flying card if it lives and attacks. Most of the rest of these should make our deck. We'll probably play 17 lands. We spend our mana pretty well. We have Sanctuary, which is kind of a split-card spell land. I don't really like Secure. I mean, I don't love Daybreak Charger, but we're a little light on 2s for an aggressive creature deck. I do like the Dilophosaur, but we're a little heavy on 4s. So I think I just have to lock up the 2-drop here. Not happy about that pick, but it's not over much. Thank you, 315 Dangerous. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, I'm going to grab Blooming Sands here. Again, we're not really short playables. I like these dual lands for decrease the variance, give us sources. Now I'm going to take Llanowar Visionary. As I said, it's a good card. I like it. Wasn't close, I don't think, when we took whatever token card over it, like the Wildwood Scourge, but it's a card I'm happy to pick up. This pack's going pretty bad for us. Pack 1 and 2 both went well, but Pack 3 hasn't gone great. We're just not really seeing much, but got a couple duels to help the mana at least. Yeah, the deck is good. We didn't need a ton. Pack 1 and 2 both went well for us. Play like a Short Sword. Gnarled Sage if we need to. But we just haven't seen like any of the tokens matter stuff. Like even Pride Malkins would be nice pickups. They really just haven't been here. I don't think any of this is going to make our deck. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Chorister. But I think it was right to just grab the land. That is a late devotee, I agree with that. So 3 lands, this is going to be 17 counting the Sanctuary, so that's 20, so we have to play 3 more cards. So, I mean, we can play these if we need to, they're just okay 5-drops. Pegasus or Enforcer, probably Pegasus. Yeah, Chorister's fine because, here's the thing, the more you're racing and the more aggressive a format is, the better Lifelink is. Because Lifelink is unraceable. And if people are just winning through card advantage and who has the biggest creatures, then life gain doesn't matter much. Whereas if a format's like kind of aggro and you're racing a lot, then gaining life is a more valuable resource. This format is very aggressive, so lifelink overperforms. So do we want the Growth or the Dilphosaur? I do like both of those. I know I talked a lot about having a lot of 4s, but I think we kept our curve down. I don't think I got too many more after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, counting a removal spell. Yeah, I'll take the creature. Do I wish I had the Secure? Which one is the Secure? No, I don't like that card. The 5-mana exile and get a 1/1, I think that card is just bad. I'm not saying, like, if you're a control deck and you don't care about giving them a 1/1 in the late game because you're going to have out, like, Arcanists and stuff, you can play it. In an aggro deck, I don't really want a 5-mana removal that leaves them a blocker. Yeah, Growth would be okay, too. But I don't think I'll need Growth. My creatures are pretty decent size. I'm planning to play the Short Sword. We do have several ways to give Trample. We have the Malkin and the Uprising, so maybe I want like one of these 7/3s. Probably don't really want Defiant Strike. I don't really need that in a deck like this. I'd rather have just like a little more beef, like one of these 5-drops. I think the deck's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's medium, but I don't think it's average in a bad way. I think it's average in an average way. We need to be split evenly between green and white. It's not like we really have green fixing, just the one tracking. We have white 2-drops. So I think it's just which of these 5-drops. I mean, Gnarled Sage is better, but what ways do we even have to trigger a second card? We have Training, Track Down, and Training is really good on the Gorehorn, plus we have Uprising and Malkin to give Trample as well. So I think I'm going to go with the Gorehorn. And I mean, we're not really short 2s. Our curve looks okay. Everything looks fine. Spider for reach. Well, we play the Pegasus, I think, over the Spider. Do we need another 2? This is a 2, basically. I guess if we play a different 2, we can then use the Chargers to pump. Yeah, Pegasus is okay in this deck. I kind of like these 5s. I mean, I could cut, like... Well, my 4s are pretty good, too. I could cut the Dilphosaur. It's a pretty good card. Well, this is basically a land. I mean, a spell, the Animal Sanctuary. We're always going to have stuff to pump. Yeah, the Dilphosaur is what I would cut. I like that card, but I kind of do want the Pegasus in, I think. Just poke them for 1 every turn and block when we're on the draw on turn 2. Yeah, I could take out Track Down. I mean, it helps me find, like, Basri's Lieutenant. I mean, I would rather cast a creature on turn 2 than a Track Down in this deck. Maybe I should take out Track Down. Since I'm actually playing 17 lands, because I have the colorless land, and then I have the extra 2-drop, I have 5-drops, I probably don't need Track Down in this deck. Maybe after game 1 I'll switch that out and bring the Dilphosaur back in. Although this game I'm just going to get to cast it. So, we definitely want this for next turn. Kind of just want all of that, right? Well, not the land. We already have 4 lands. My shirt, it says the truest statement for anybody who knows me. It's the perfect shirt for me. Alright, so if we want to attack, we have to pump our creature. We can do that with the Lieutenant. We'd kind of rather get the Adept out and then pump that and then make flyers if we can. I don't think it's too important we attack this turn. So I'm going to get the Adept out. see what they play. If we're able to get in with the Adept, that's great. Lieutenant is very good. I agree. So, what can they have? If we go for Lieutenant on Adept, feels pretty risky. I mean, if it resolves, I don't really care if they have a pump spell in combat. I'll get my 1/1 flyer. I could just play Cat this turn. And then they have to, like... I think I just play Cat. I'm going to play it slow because... I mean, if they use removal here... If they kill the Adept, the Cat will grow. If they don't kill... If they kill the Cat, then I'm happy for the Cat to pull the removal. If they have nothing, I'm getting further ahead on board anyway. I'm not attacking. That's why pre-combat. I mean, I could have done it post-combat, but... That would just be giving them information. I mean, I wasn't going to attack with Adept, have them block with Thallid. I'm starting to wonder if they just don't have anything. I mean... I think it's time to go for it, because, I mean, the Cat's going to grow now, so I'm going to go for the Lieutenant on the Adept. And then, if they kill it, the Cat will grow. If it attacks and they block and play a pump spell and it dies, the Cat will grow, and I get a 1/1 flyer. Like, this just looks good to me. And I get a 2/2 token. I assume they have, like, Titanic Growth or Ranger's Guile or something. I just don't care. Like, it looks like they might not even have that, but... I mean, I really wouldn't even care. This would die, I'd get a 2/2 token, Mauler would grow. Like, life is good. Bob's just doesn't seem like they're doing very much. So I'm going to start with the Uprising, give all my stuff Trample, so if they chump with a 1/1, they still take Infinite. If I drew a land, I could play Sword and Equip, but I didn't. Thank you, Trayer MTGO. Appreciate the subscription, even if you do like MTGO. I like MTGO, I just like Arena better. But hey. MTGO was around, keeping us company, giving us the ability to play digital Magic for, what, 15 years before Arena was ever invented, or 17 years? So who could complain? Thank you, Lorem's Volcorn product. I probably didn't say your name right, but I still do appreciate the subscription nonetheless. Smart Trayer. Look, I've played as much MTGO as anyone alive. I can easily say that. I started playing MTGO right when it came out back in, like, 2002. And I played it, you know, all the time until Arena came out last year, so. It was somewhat a joke, because I've been arguing with people on Twitter for the past 2 days about MTGO versus Arena, because I think Arena's way better. But obviously, I've played, like, thousands and thousands of hours of MTGO. I'm no hater. Chandeliers. Oh, yeah, let's take out the Trackdown. We have 17 lands. We have a decent amount of 2-drops. I don't think we need to cast Trackdown. I actually agree. Whoever said Trackdown should come out, I think you're right. Let's go ahead and put the Dilphosaur back in. Take out Trackdown. We have Uprising, which can draw a card. Training, which does draw a card. Plus, we're playing 17 with the Hand Smoother. Thank you, Chucklehead1. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, the skill is still a little better on there, but hopefully over time, everybody will get on Arena. Also, you got the ladder, the rank system to get you better quality opponents on Arena. Yeah, I mean, it's worse for playing, too. I mean, maybe not the skill of the opponent in the leagues at the moment or something, but the interface, I mean, this thing is sweet. Like, the auto-tapper is the greatest thing to ever happen to online Magic. It used to take 6 clicks to click a 5-drop. Now it takes 1. And then I just like grabbing things, dropping them. Like, the way this game plays on this is just better. It's just, I mean, there's a reason Hearthstone is like this, you know what I mean? Like, Magic is a better game than Hearthstone, but Hearthstone was built like 10 years after Moto or longer, and they designed it basically to be the way Arena plays, not the way Moto plays, because it's just a better way to do it. Okay, so this is an X spell. I think we'll put that one out later. I'm not scared of the Hobble Fiend stopping my 3-2. You can always short sword it if we don't draw land. If we do, just play Adept. Happily race 2 for 3. So if I didn't draw a land, I would have attacked back and forth. Since I did, I think there's more value in just getting this Adept going. M21 color ranking? I don't know. I think all the colors are good. I've had success with white aggro, with the green creature decks, with blue-red spells, blue-black reanimator. I think the colors are pretty balanced. I think you can really just draft anything in this format. Just understand what your deck is about, and then, like, value cheap removal more than expensive removal. It's a pretty aggro format. So let's see. If I Hunter's Edge and put the short sword, I'm good to go. And then I can start attacking with the Adept. The only question is, which of their creatures do I want to kill? Don't think they're going to have a bunch of mana to be sacking things to Hobble Fiend. I think I'd rather kill the Vigilance creature. So I want the Falconer's Adept to be as big as I can get it, right? So let's do something like that. And then I'll put the sword on it also. If they want to trade with the battalion, I'm happy with that. Helps clear the way. My favorite format for the past couple years is also Dominaria Whisperwind. Okay, no real choices. Let's just slam our fatty now. Then next turn we can start Animal Sanctuarying onto the bird, also growing the Scourge. Life is good. No, Aquaria wasn't that bad. The cycling deck was too good, though. They kind of messed up there. I almost feel bad for the opponent. This land is so powerful. Definitely almost. Ooh, Big Ben. I think Animal Sanctuary could be first pickable. I like that it's colorless. I mean, there are some decks it's near unplayable in, but it's pretty good if you're red or white or green. You basically just have to not be exactly blue-black. Like, because, I mean, even if you're, you know, only one of those colors, and then you're blue or black, you can prioritize, like, the doggos and the cats if you start with Animal Sanctuary. So it's pretty easy to have enough creatures that you pretty much always have stuff to pump. And having a land that can put permanent +1/+1 counters on your creatures is a pretty big game. It's like you're building creatures out of your land. I think Teferi's Tutelage is busted. I mean, there's not really a mill strategy without Teferi's tutelage, right? Like, what else mills them? It's not like it's not like the Secret Keeper, bounce your Secret Keeper, recur your Secret Keeper decks. You either get tutelage or you don't. No green, but we're going to keep this. I mean, we have 2 white 2 drops in Sanctuary. Yeah, but that thing just mills 2, right? Definitely lead the 1-3. The 3-1 would only trade with that and pump nothing. Now we can play the 3-1, pump the Pegasus, hit for 3. Well, there goes that plan. 5-4 flying wall. But it's nowhere near attacking us. So I think we want to training this turn, because then next turn, if we charger the Pegasus, we can attack for 4. Obviously, if they want to trade Gadrick for the Pegasus, that's a pretty good trade for us. And actually, with the Dilphosaur, now we definitely want to wait another turn, because if we end up pumping the Pegasus, that'll trigger the Dilphosaur and it can attack too. I mean, don't get me wrong, they have the Ogre, but we don't want to trade on their turn. We want to try and race. I'm not unwilling to kill the Arsonist for free. I mean, that's pretty much going to happen. I think I'll just take the Ogre, probably. I don't know how to say Dilphosaur, whatever it is. Dilophosaur. Okay, so this works out okay. Well, Ooze is pretty scary. I was happy with the turn of events. I was like, now we'll drop Gnarled Sage, we'll attack for 4. I mean, we're going to lose this game to Flood. I mean, there's not really any way around that, I don't think. And Ooze is really good. I mean, there's only 2 dead creatures so far. But none of these are pumpable. Can't really block right now. I mean, the Sage has Vigilance. Or, no, it doesn't. Sorry, we have to draw an extra card to give it Vigilance, which I don't know if we can do. Garrick's Uprising would be a good draw. Otherwise, I probably have to hold back something to block the Ooze next turn. Yeah, the Dragon's pretty good. More lands, just what we needed. So, can we do anything? Not really. So I have to block these 2. Not really worried about them moving in on the Hobble Fiend for lethal, because I could have a swift response or something. So I think I don't want to miss a hit for 6. With the amount of mana I have up, I'm going to gamble on them not going for it, I think. And then the plan is Dilphosaur on Ooze, Charger on Ogre, which is going to trigger the Gadrick, and then I have a turn to top deck Swift Response. That might be my only out. They could sack 3 for lethal, but if I had Swift Response, I would kill all 4 of their creatures. So I was assuming they wouldn't make that play. If they're not, like, stream sniping or something, you would never make that play. And sack their whole team, and then if I Swift Response it, they just have no creatures in play. I guess the 4-4 can block the 5-4. I mean, now we're going to lose to the 6-6, too. So now we're just dead, because they have the 2 big flyers. But we weren't actually in that bad a shape. I forgot the Gnarled Sage has reach. Could have just traded that for the 5/4. Just needed something to block the Hobble Fiend like the smaller. Like, if they didn't have Punisher, we were actually still somewhat in this game. Despite the Super Flood. Alright, now we're dead to the extra flyer, though. The 6/6 Dragon, I mean, there's a lot of removal. I don't think it's a great card. It does end the game really quickly. If you need a closer, you know, if you have your curve down, but you're playing 17 lands, then you might play it. If you're like a green-red deck with card drawing along the way or something. Overall, I don't think it's a great card, but I don't think it's, like, unplayable or anything. There's been a lot of subscribers today. Thank you, Ryuka. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks again to everybody who supports my content. Y'all are awesome. So we could Charger and Smash for 5, or we could play Battalion. It's less mana efficient to play the Charger this turn. There is the upside of then we can attack with all our little stuff pre-Battalion, and we get to hit for 5. They don't have a block. The upside of playing Battalion is next turn we can play Charger and Swift Response. But what are we Swift Responsing? We don't even really want to kill these little 1/3s. So even though it's not the most mana efficient, I think it's a good turn to just get in a hit for 5. Okay, I take it back. I do want a Swift Response. Now they have 2/4s. So we can't attack into the 2/4. If we play Battalion, we kind of miss the opportunity to kill their flyer. Think I'm happy enough now to just get rid of the flyer, use my mana, play Pegasus. Thank you, Not Also. Appreciate the 2 months of support. No real decisions now. Drop the 7/3, poke in the air, can't attack on the ground. I think Blue-Red Spells Prowess is the best archetype you'll put together, basically not needing uncommons and rares in this format. But I think that it's not better than the good, like, Black-White and Green-White and some of the other archetypes when they get there on their uncommons. So do we want to send the 7/3? It's a good trade for the 4/3 flyer. It's a little bit of a trade down for a 3/5, but that opens the door for all the rest of our stuff to attack. Both the 3/1 and the 3/3 and the Battalion are being stopped by this 3/5. So the answer is yes. Because if they trade for the 4/3 flyer, we're happy, and if they trade with the 3/5, we're happy. Because even though it's a small trade down, it helps clear the way for 3 different creatures to potentially attack. No need to chump yet. Plenty of time. So that's a good draw. That means we can send the Pteranodon too. So let's play that pre-combat. Not that we're necessarily winning this race, because they gained all that life, but it's close, and we don't really have any other choices. So do we chump with the Pegasus, or do we wait a turn? They can get us if they top deck a removal next turn, or have one, but we're not really beating a removal anyway. We don't put ourselves into feat range. If we draw, like, Short Sword, that doesn't get the Pegasus able to block a Gaggle Master, though. It's kind of close, whether we chump now or wait a turn. Do we have, like, ways to enhance the Pegasus that make us want to wait a turn? Because 1/1/1 counter doesn't change anything. Oh, yeah, we have that card, the green uncommon, that puts a counter and then doubles it. And if we put 2 counters on the Pegasus, Surge, then it becomes a 3/5 and eats a Gaggle Master. And we go down to 3, and then we still have our 3/5 flyer to block their other 4/3. So yeah, let's wait. Because of Surge. That's a reason to wait. Alright, well, let's draw a card, see what we get. That's not Surge. Now we have no choices. I mean, if they don't play anything, we're fine. They can't attack with both. Oh, they can. We're a point short. Wow, so they might still win, even if they don't have anything. Well, either way, we don't have any choices. Hopefully we'll draw something. What a game. Something useful. So that's got reach. But we're still dead, right? It's crazy. We trample, we hit them for like 6. We gain... Oh no, we gain 2. Because this is going to die and the Hobble Fiend's going to die. Oh yeah, and it draws a card, but also we're going to gain 2 life, right? Because Canopy Stalker and Hobble Fiend are both going to die. So we're going to gain 2 life. It does draw a card, but also you gain 1 life for each creature this died. The Hobble Fiend has to block the Stalker. So then we'll gain 2, we'll go to 5, and then this has reach and can block one of those. So I'm going to play it first because it draws a card, but we're not even dead on board. We're totally fine. I mean, obviously we lose to a lot of things, but on board, we're winning. Yeah, the screen went black, but it came back. They don't have a choice. Canopy Stalker has to be blocked. And then we gain 2, and then we have a 4/4 reach. So as long as they don't top deck a removal here, we're winning now. Yeah, the screen went black. Sorry, I mean, obviously nothing I can do about that. So now, I can't draw an extra card. If I attack with both, they block both. Everything trades. They take 1 and go to 1. Seems worth it to me. And then I'll just play my Adept. Get rid of both of their 4/3s. What a game. And now they have to kill Adept. I mean, it makes a 1/1 flyer, so a blocker doesn't save them. That's not going to do it. That was a good game. Shouldn't they have attacked? When? They attacked with the 4/3s every turn. If they attack on the last turn, I just block 1. And then... Oh, they don't die on the... Yeah, they die on the backswing. They were at like 2. Oh, you're saying that the 3/3 can't attack. You're right. The 4/4 trades with 1. And then if I don't have a 4-power creature, the 3/3 can't attack, and then they win. You're 100% right. They should have attacked with both 4/3s when I was at 5. Then I have to trade with 1. I go to 1. And then if I don't have a 4-power creature, they win. And it's so hard for them to beat a 4-power creature anyway, because if they trade off both 4/3s. You're right. That would have been a much better play. Hey, and the Javier in the chat agrees, so you know it's right. No, yeah, it was. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, they should have attacked with the 2 4/3s. Because then what happens is I'm forced to block 1 and go to 1, and then if I don't have a 4-power creature, they win. Hey, I didn't mess up. My opponent messed up. If they were my 4/3s, I might have seen the line. Give me a break. I didn't disagree. Alright, so here's a 2-lander we got to keep, of course. Hopefully we'll draw at least 1 more land soon. We went with 17. If we get stuck on 2, we're probably going to lose. But if we get stuck on 3, we can do some things with Malkin. Guess Uprising doesn't do much on 3 right now either. So do we want to Malkin the Malkin, or do we want to Malkin the Veteran? I think we want to Malkin the Malkin. Because then if we Veteran the Malkin, it'll have 4 power, and we can draw a card with Uprising. We got a raid? I didn't even see it. Oh, it's Javier. That's why he said he's hanging out for the moment, saying the attack with the 2 4/3s was right. Thanks for the raid, Javier. I was so focused on that game because it was so tight, I just didn't even see the raid. I do really appreciate it, though. Thank you for the raid, Javier. Alright, so we did draw the land. So now we have some choices. We can put a counter on the Malkin and play Uprising and get a card, and they don't have a block. Or we could kill the Weird while they're tapped. It's kind of a scary creature. If we do that, I want a Hunter's Edge using the Veteran, I think, because then I can put counters on both of them in the future. If they have removal for the Veteran, I'll miss out on a Veteran counter that way, but I still have, like, the Canopy Stalker to trigger the Uprising. Weird can get out of control out of these blue-red decks. So I think if we Hunter's Edge here and we use the Veteran, it's pretty good. We kind of diversify our threats. It takes Veteran out of shock range. Of course, they could still capture Sphere, Dragon Fire, turn to Slag, but at least it takes it out of shock range, too. Okay, so I think we want to Garruk's Uprising before we play these 4-power creatures, and then we can just Veteran on the Malkin, so we draw a card when we play Uprising. I'm not that scared they're going to have that 1 blue trick. If they want to make this trade, it's fine for me, but I don't want to miss out on a card. So let's go ahead and play the Uprising first, and then attack, because they probably don't have anything, and if they do have the trick, they can eat the Malkin. I'm not ecstatic, but life goes on. If they have Opt, I mean, I'm happy to trade. If they have the 1 blue, like Rookie Mistake, I'm not happy, but I can't just put that card in their hand and miss 4 damage because they could have Rookie Mistake. Yeah, Surge is good with Trample. Trample is really good in this format. Like, I think Garruk's Uprising is way better than it looks. This is one of the cards that I think is the most underrated in the format. Like, the creatures are small. There's a lot of racing and chumping on the last turn. Garruk's Uprising just wins games in this format. Alright, I don't know what they have. I'm not going to put the Veteran in harm's way just because I have Surge. We can attack with the Malkin. If they're able to kill it through Veteran and Surge, good beats. Like, they're going to have to get the party started. So that does 5. So I have to respond to that. So let's do it. So now, if they have another instant or sorcery, they can kill it with the Weird and playing something else. But we're still going to trample over for a lot. It's not bad. Yeah, Surge is really good. It's like +2/+2. Its floor is a creature gets +2/+2 permanently, instant speed. So, like, if you attack with a 2/2 and they block with a 2/2, you can just Surge, and now your creature's a 4/4 forever, and their 2/2 is gone. And that's literally the floor of the card. Okay, so let's assume they're going to, like, capture Sphere or bounce the Pride Malkin, or they're just going to die, so we're going to play as though that's going to happen. I think we just want to cast Canopy Stalker this turn. They could have that 6-mana rare bounce spell, so I think we attack first. I don't want to send the Veteran anyway. If they capture Sphere post-combat, we can play the Stalker. But I don't want to play the Stalker pre-combat, because then they can counter it and bounce the Malkin with that rare if they have that. Okay, we have Trample, so they're super dead at the moment, so we'll just pass to them. One of the few rules in Magic that are 100% and not 80%, if you're presenting lethal, pass to the opponent. You never need to do anything yet. Let's see what they're going to do. Sublime Epiphany, I think that fancy blue rare is called. There it is. Still Psychic. I still got it. So I can't do anything about this. But we didn't get blown out. All they can do is copy and bounce it. Now let's play, like, 4-power creature, draw a card. Actually, I probably do want 2 white on tap, because if I draw a forest, if I haven't played a land yet, I can play Charger and use Veteran this turn. Which seems worth it. Get the extra threat out with them at 1. I'm sniping. I'm watching Alucard's stream. Thank you, Stellated Octahedron. Appreciate the subscription. Hey, I don't claim to be as good as Javier anymore. I've often said I think he's the best player in the world, but I still got a little game left in me. Alright, let's see. So they're at 1, and all my creatures have trample. So I just need all of them to be bigger than their smallest, and they're dead. But that's not really the case right now. I would have to get 1 counter on this Charger, and 1 counter on the Veteran, where the 2/2 can just block whichever one has 2 power. I can get a counter on something with the Pride Malkin, but not on... Oh, no, wait. Do I have 7 mana? Okay, with both of these, I can put a counter on both of these, and then if I attack with all 3, 1 point of trample gets through for lethal. So we got the game. We got them by Xaxes. The best way to win. Because they have to block all 3 creatures, the 2/2 has to block something, and they take 1 point of trample for lethal. Hey, I just drew the Bastion's Lieutenant. I was starting to map out the turn. I didn't even see the Lieutenant in my hand yet. That's what I get for talking about how I still got some game in me because I called the Sublime Epiphany. Yeah, Garrick's Uprising is really, really good. Seriously. Don't sleep on this card. There are a lot of formats where Garrick's Uprising would be fine, but just like mediocre. But Garrick's Uprising is awesome in this format. And we're up to Diamond, day 2. Not bad. I don't think you need a lot, Akinar, because the trample is really powerful. And, like, even if your creatures don't have 4 power, like, stuff like Pride Malkin, the cat that grows, the Mauler, like, your stuff gains the power. Like, if Garrick's Uprising read 3 mana, draw a card, enchantment, all your creatures get trample, and that was it, if you never drew a second card off it, it wouldn't be as good, but I would still probably include it in most of these decks. I think that trample is huge in this format because the creatures are really small and there's a lot of racing. And green has by far the biggest creatures, but like the other decks are good at racing. There's like pump and bounce and good tricks and evasion. So I think Garrick's Uprising is just a really good card. Alright, we're not going to mulligan this 2-lander on the draw with 17. Hopefully we'll draw lands. It's a format thing. Like, Garrick's Uprising would be playable in green 4-power decks in any format, but the trample really overperforms in this format. Well, thank you for subbing. I appreciate the support. Laurons, Vulcan product. I'm sure I'm not saying your name right, but I'm glad you really like the stream, and thank you for supporting it. Yeah, Uprising's probably even better in green-red than green-white, but I consider it an early pick for green-white as well. I just think it's a great card, like I said, all around. Okay, so we definitely want to use 3 mana here. Do we want to play Battalion or Malkin? If we play Malkin, and then we play Lieutenant, they can't trade. But Malkin's also better in the late game. And if they have removal, I'd rather they kill Battalion. So I'm going to play Battalion first, I think. Yeah, some of my ancestors spoke German, but I don't know a single word. I can say my last name. Thank you, Macro Zero. Appreciate the subscription. So let's see. I would love to trade with the Chorister. I can't take a hit from it. Like, if I trade with it, okay. The problem is if I leave up Swift Response and they don't attack with it. If they do attack with it, I'll happily Swift Response it, whether they pump or not. I guess I can attack and leave, and then just not tap my mana. And just hope they attack. That is good news, Ewan. At least 9. Is there 9 German words that are common in English or something? I don't know what to do here. With 1 land, I can play Veteran and leave up Response. I don't really want to let them keep getting flyers. I think... Well, I roped out, but I think this is the right play anyway. Maybe I should have attacked to try and provoke an attack. But this makes it, like, you know, less obvious that I have something. I mean, I can take 2. That's not really a big problem. I have to use the Swift Response on the Chorister. Now they're getting 4 more life and another 2/2 flyer. And that... I don't know how I can win this game. I don't think this is winnable. I just green-white. I don't really have removal, which I don't really need because I have like some life link, I have trample, I have swift, I have the 1 Swift Response and a Hunter's Edge, so I have a little bit. And I'm a creature deck, and my creatures are big, so I don't really need a lot of removal. But I don't know how I can beat this monster. But I don't really have a choice now. I'm not going to beat this Gargle Master. I can't take 8 in the air. So we're going to kill that, and then I don't know how I can beat this Chorister, but what are you going to do? I guess a 7/3, they can pump it to 10 power. That gives me the ability to block it on the ground if they don't have anything for now. Okay, so now they're gaining a bunch of life. This is growing to an infinite. They're making another flyer. Even Javier couldn't have won that one. Yeah, I'm not saying I played optimally, but I don't think there was any real way to win. Because, like, I had to get the Swift Response that right away, or they're beating me in the air, and I was choked on mana. Swift Response is cheap, so if I had more lands, maybe I could have put out a few things. Yeah, the problem is even Death Touch stops it. They're getting a third 2/2 flyer, and I'm a little vulnerable towards flyers. Like, I have, you know, a little bit of reach, a little bit of trample, you know, I can race flyers, but if I'm not able to, if the ground is stalemated by that giant thing, then I just lose to all the 2/2 flyers. It's not like I have, you know, my own big flyers or something like that. So this hand's pretty good. The Visionary should help us hit land 5, but even if it just gives us 4, we have some good 4-drops to deploy. I mean, I don't really want to win because the opponent disconnects, even if that happens. That's not really a reason to keep playing, in my opinion. Like, you know, if they disconnect, I'll take it. Like, I'm not going to concede because they disconnected, but I'm not going to keep playing a game I can't win in the hopes they disconnect. Alright, so I don't know if we want to block or not. I drew a land. I only have, like, a couple 5s in the whole deck. So if I block, they can sack, but Indestructible's going to save something. Looks like a decent turn, too, but I think, given the training can trigger the Sage, I think I'm better off taking it here and just slamming my my 4/4. I should get a turn, maybe in a turn or 2 with 6 mana, where I can then play training and a 4-drop, and attack with the 4/6 Vigilance Reach here. And that should be a really good turn. Well, it's a huge compliment. I mean, I'm a good Magic player, of course. I'm guessing he means I'm the best at explaining, not at tight technical play. But that's a huge compliment. And, of course, as a streamer, that's one of the most important things. Okay, so let's see. that plan went out the window. I mean, we can still play training in a 4-drop here. There's no real rush to Hunter's Edge because they're just going to sack Savior. Well, whatever he rated from, if somebody wants to drop it, by all means, everybody should be following Javier. Like I said, he's in a very short list of people who can make the claim to best player in the world. Okay, so what are we doing right now? The lieutenant is bigger than their stuff. We can put the counter somewhere else. I kind of want to spend my mana. Maybe we can play, like, lieutenant, counter on itself. And then training just to cycle it almost. I mean, this is pretty good, because if they have removal for the lieutenant, we still get the 2/2. The only thing I don't like is that I'm not really getting good value on the training right now, I feel like. But I think I want to basically cycle it. Like, it would be sweeter to put it on this or something. But I don't think it's... I think it's right to just spend the mana. Just going to go ahead and training up the lieutenant. Make it bigger in case they have tricks. Yeah, Subera is pretty annoying. I agree. Yeah, that's not too bad for now. I don't really have an attack this turn. So I'm going to send this 5/5 Vigilance. If they could get me with tricks, but I don't actually mind trading it off for the Savior, because I have endless big creatures. So what I actually want is to be able to Hunter's Edge away Suberi. And it's still a somewhat scary block, so they might just take it. But remember, if they trade with it, I get a 2/2. So even though this doesn't look great for me, and it's not, I get rid of the Savior, get a 2/2, and then after that, I have the ability to kill Suberi. I guess they didn't want to block with Suberi because that would be scary, and they wanted to save Savior for it. So they just ended up trading those two creatures, which again, that's a pretty good trade for me. So now I can play the Mauler for sure and get a counter, and then with the remaining 2 mana, I play the Pegasus, and this turn is pretty much scripted. Bastry's Acolyte is really good, yeah. It's a really good common. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for the support, Doc Reactions. I appreciate it. Okay, so if we Hunter's Edge with Suberi and they sack to gain Indestructible until end of turn, we're not really going to be able to attack, but we can't really attack anyway. So that's definitely an option for right now. If I play the Stalker, though, that's going to have to be blocked in future turns. So I kind of want to get that out. You know what I could do, though? I can attack with the Mauler, because if they want to kill it, like, if they block with Suberi, I can put a counter on it with the Sanctuary, and then they have to sack the Savior, and then in future turns, I can fight off Suberi, possibly. So that's an option. Because this is a cat, right? And they can't kill it without putting Suberi on it, because if they double blocked it with Savior and Acolyte, I would just turn it into a 5/5. And so I'm happy to actually trade my cat for the Savior here. Even though it looks rough, I kind of just have to do this. They are just not going to let that Savior go, huh? Well, okay, I mean, Suberi's gone. Like, problem solved all the same. Okay, that's a good draw. Now we can attack with 3 creatures. I can Daybreak Charger the Knight token. The Flyer can attack, and then the Battalion and the Knight token can attack. It's not like damage stacks, so they're not 2-for-1ing me no matter what. I'll take trades. Trades seem fine for me. So this turn seems almost scripted. Now we're going to Daybreak Charger the Knight so that it's able to attack, which also means the Battalion can attack because it'll get its 4th counter, so it can attack into their board. And then post-combat, most likely, we'll drop Canopy Stalker. I mean, if there's a really good target for Hunter's Edge, it's possible we'll do that. But what we really want to do is build up the Canopy Stalker, if anything, using Hunter's Edge and Animal Sanctuary. This way, it can start eating things and be the Abyss. This is a weird game. I mean, I don't feel like they've ever forced the issue, and I think they probably should have, but they weren't going to win by doing so. I mean, I had the Hunter's Edge the whole time. I've been waiting for them to use the Savior. They just refused to use it. Okay, so let's figure out whether we can send 3 creatures or not. We know we can send the Pegasus. We can send the Battalion if we send 3, because it'll have 5 power. And we can send the Canopy Stalker and put a counter on it. So we can send 3 creatures. So in that case, we probably just want to keep doing that. Any trade, I think, is good for us. And we're getting counters on the Battalion. If I play the Trick pre-combat, they can sack to give Indestructible, and then I have no attack. But if I attack with the Battalion, the Canopy Stalker, and the Pegasus, they have no free blocks. And I can keep growing the Battalion and so on. So I think this is right. Because we have all these little creatures being blanked by their bigger ones. So basically any trade is a good trade for us at this point. They might have forgot the trick, they might not, I don't know. Okay, so if we put a counter now, that doesn't change anything. So we'll just let the trade happen, of course. No real decision here. Drop our Boom Boom. It's pretty annoying. You can't really race Lifelinkers. If they have some kind of a trick and I block with Gorehorn, I may end up with no real ability to kill the Acolyte. I guess as long as I attack with 3 creatures, I can get a counter on the Battalion, and then the Hunter's Edge gives it the 7th counter. If they feat, I'm going to be 1 short, though. I think what I'm going to do is triple block this Acolyte, because I really don't care about all my small creatures. So I can force them to use a trick here. I mean, otherwise, if this trade happens, I'm cool with that. And then I can put, like, the Gorehorn on the Acolyte. And then they have to use a trick here if they want to take down the Gorehorn, and then I still take down the Acolyte. If they use the trick on the Acolyte, then the Gorehorn lives, and I can use Hunter's Edge with the Gorehorn. So I think I'm going to do it like this. So this is fine. They lose both their things, they kill both my creatures, but I need 1 more creature to really get going, but life is fine. I'm going to Shore Strike while it's tapped. We can always Hunter's Edge an untapped creature. The only thing bad at the moment is I don't have anything to be growing. But the deck doesn't have that many more lands. I gotta assume we'll get there sooner or later. And we're also hitting for 7 a turn, which is a pretty good clock. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting Burn Bright. I just thought they'd have Shore Strike or, like, you know, Feat of Resistance. Burn Bright is like, if you go really wide, it's good. And if you're like a blue-red prowess deck, it can be really good with the Goblin Wizardries going wide. But you don't usually play Burn Bright in like a red-white aggro deck unless you make a lot of tokens, which they didn't. So I wasn't really expecting Burn Bright. I mean, it wasn't that bad for us. If I thought they were going to have Burn Bright, I just wouldn't have blocked with the Gorehorn. But again, I didn't want to like triple block the 6/7 and then they feed it or Shore Strike it, and I just missed the block with the Gorehorn. Because if I block the way I did and they have a copy of Shore Strike or Feat, they have to basically use it on the 2/3 to kill my Gorehorn, and then I trade off with their big thing, and life is good. I have Hunter's Edge to clear off whichever other Acolyte is bigger, and I'm just winning on board. So I figured like both blocks were basically good for me, so that's why I did exactly what I did. It didn't work out amazing into Burn Bright. It didn't work out horrible, because Burn Bright doesn't give first strike, so I still killed both their creatures. But it's definitely not the exact block I would have made if I was like trying to play around Burn Bright. But it was the block I made because it's the best block against exactly Feat of Resistance or exactly Shore Strike. If you just put one of the common tricks that people normally play, then the block I made was the best block, I think. I'm playing best of 1. I don't know, grind up to Mythic, see how we do. I mean, I do want to make the top 1200 for, qualifying for the MCQs and stuff. Plus, it's kind of fun. I'll probably do best of 3 and best of 1 on stream. After we hit Mythic, maybe we'll do best of 3. Okay, we don't really need to pump it yet. Let's use all 3 mana, get out the Battalion. But they might Shock or Dragonfire it, but I'd rather them kill the Battalion than the Stalker. It's not that likely to grow against a blue-red deck anyway. Yeah, Pegasus is okay because it's a good blocker and it's such an aggro format. And then it's a good way to poke them in the air. And like you said, Lormus, it helps you grow Battalion, and it's a nice home for counters and pumps. I agree. I think the Pegasus was a good inclusion. It's not like one of the better cards in the deck, but I think it was absolutely correct that it's in the deck. I agree with what you're saying. Carries a sword well. Just like any Pegasus should, right? Alright, no real decisions. No reason to hold Charger rather than just play it. Hopefully they'll just play some creature this turn, and then we can Hunter's Edge it, hit them for 5, or we can just attack and then play Canopy Stalker, depending on what it is. So, I mean, I don't think we have any reason to Hunter's Edge that, especially having drawn the land. We can attack. If they trade, it's good for us. Slam Gorehorn. Find out whether they have a removal or the game is over. Because now if they play a creature, we can kill it and hit them for 9. If they have removal for Gorehorn, then it's still a game, because all we can do is poke them for 1 and drop a Canopy Stalker. So like I said, well, I do want to kill it and hit them for 9, but I know they just got back a removal. So now I'm not sure. It's got to be worth it to get a 9, right? Maybe we kill them in the air. This is just so much damage. And against a blue-red deck, shields are down right now. I mean, Hunter's Edge can be a little risky. I'm not sure if we're going to close or not, but this forces them to have a flyer or removal for the Pegasus. Or even if we don't draw anything, we'll probably just kill them in 6 turns in the air. Like, the game's not ending before then. So they have to have another removal spell for the Pegasus, or at least a flyer. I think this turn I'm going to play the Canopy Stalker. They could easily have that counter that makes you pay 1. I don't want to tap out slamming the Gnarled Sage. Also, the Canopy Stalker has pretty good value, because if they play like a flyer, like the 2/2 Prowess Singer, I can force them to block Stalker with it, and then I'll trade and keep hitting them with the Pegasus. So the Stalker can work as a removal spell for a flyer to keep the Pegasus able to keep poking them for 1. So again, similar to the last turn, I don't really want to tap out and play into that 2-mana counter. They just keep leaving mana up. I guess I can just Visionary. Or I could play the Scourge for 3. Nah, because the Scourge might be really big in the late game. I'm just going to Visionary. They're pretty low. I can use the mana. I am going to play around that counter. They're not doing a whole lot, and they've been holding cards the whole game. Unfortunately, this has Reach. It's the secret Reach creature. Every set now, one of the red creatures has Reach. This time it's Turret Ogre. Alright, so the Gnarled Sage would just trade with the Ogre, which is fine because it clears the way for the Pegasus. But that counter only makes you pay 1, and they don't have a flyer. So I think I'm just going to cast the Scourge now for X but 1. So 4, 7. So I'm going to cast this for 6. I mean, it could be Rewind, but that's an uncommon. The Loft thing is a lot more likely. They might just have neither. I'm not, like, sure they have a counter or anything. But it is a card I can basically make dead, so I do want to play around it. The number one rule for playing around something is if you can reduce its impact. Like, if a trick is going to do the same thing next turn that it's going to do this turn, why play around it? It's just going to get you next turn. Whereas if you can make a card basically dead, then playing around it has a lot of value. So now they can make us pay 4 if they have that card, but we conveniently have that, because this card costs 4, and we have 4 open. And if I turn this into a 4-5, then they have to trade the Turret Ogre for it, and I get a 2-2, and that clears the way for the rest of the stuff. So, we'll see what they have. I always make mistakes. Magic's so hard. I don't know if I've ever played a whole draft out perfectly. My guess would be no. I would have swung with all, but now we know they have the removal. So now I'm just going to swing with the 4-5, and then they'll kill it. If they want to trade the Turret Ogre for it, great. If they want to trade whatever this thing's called, Soul Seer for it, then I can dump out the Gnarled Sage too, and they can't counter it. So definitely attacking. I mean, if they can get 2 counter +2/+2 to the Dowser, that's rough, but it's unlikely. If they use their 3 on Soul Seer, they're not able to do that. If they're holding like Opt and Thrill, good beats. So again, if I can trade the Gnarled Sage for the Turret Ogre, that's great for me. If I trade it for the Dowser, that's a lot less good. But we don't really know if they have things to cast. There's no reason to assume they have 2 things to cast. And I don't really have that many ways to draw cards. So I'm going to send the Gnarled Sage, try and clear the path for my smaller creatures. Reduce my face? It's my show, and you want me to be smaller? That's an unreasonable request. Okay, so that doesn't super matter. But it's going to let them trade the Dowser, that's why they're doing it. I still think that last card could be that counter, so I'm not going to play the Dilphosaur here when I'm 1 mana short. I'm also going to not do it, though, for a different reason. I really want them to attack with Turret Ogre, and since all my creatures are locked down for a turn, they should attack with Turret Ogre, but if I have the Death Touch creature up, they might feel like they need it back to block. Because remember, Swift Response only kills tapped creatures, but right now, I have just a Knight, so they should attack for 5. And then I get to Swift Response, a 5/4 flyer. If I were to play the Dilphosaur, that might prevent them from making this attack. Dilophosaur. So this is actually really good for me, because I have a massive life total advantage, so now I get their best creature out of the way. Looks like they didn't have it, though. They played the land so as not to miss Scry. But that's alright, we're in a very winning position. Now I'm going to trade with the Hobble Fiend, then we play the Mauler, gets a counter, and we untap our 2 other creatures, and life is good. Dilophosaur. They should have sacked a Hobble. They did miss 1 counter there. Wouldn't have made much of a difference. They would still have traded the 3-2 for the 2-2, because the life totals are 22-4. That's a good way to remember it. Thank you, Life Puzzler. Every time I see that card now, I'm going to think Milfosaur, but at least I'll say it right if it's Dilphosaur. Dilphosaur. Alright, so I don't think I need to sack the 1-3, but if we trade the 2-2 for the 3-2, that's good for me. It's a counter on the Mauler. Oh, the only thing is, these all cost 4. So if I don't attack at all, I can double spell. So I probably just want to take this turn off and play Dilphosaur, rhymes with Milfosaur, and Falconer Adept. This is how I learned how to say everything. I never knew how to say tome, and then people were just like, tome rhymes with home, and now every time I see tome of any kind, any tome in any set, I literally think tome rhymes with home in my head. I agree, Rod Hazard. Sweet game. The grind is real. As we're on to the last game of the night, win or lose. We're 6-2, 7-0, 7-2, 4-3, and now we're 6-2. Pretty good day. Let's see if we can finish with another 7-win draft. Thanks, 26 Islands. You're awesome, too. Even though I don't know you, your name is 26 Islands. Anybody who's ever played a deck where the land count was 26 Islands is awesome. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Even if WotC deliberately makes counters bad, counters will always be the best. That's awesome. Well, thank you again for supporting it, Doc Reactions. M21's fine. Like I said, it's an aggro format. That's not really my cup of tea. But I think the colors are balanced. You've got green fatties with Trample to race the good white and red aggressive stuff. The blue-red Spells Prowess deck is good. The green-white deck, the green-black decks. All these decks function. So, I mean, I think they did a good job balancing the colors and some of the things like that. It's just 26 lands? That's not as good. Because then it could be 26 mountains, and nobody likes that. Yeah, I do wish there was a common mill deck, but other than that, it's great. I actually don't. I like milling. It's a fun way to win, but it's actually not even that interactive. It's just fun because of Voxy. Okay, so what do we want to do? We can use, if we play Daybreak Charger and Uprising the same turn, then we can get a card that way. Because if we play the Charger right now, it's just going to trade with this Thieves. So I think I'm going to hold it. If they didn't have the Thieves out, I would of course have played it. But I'm just going to wait till, like, turn 5, and then I can, like, charger the battalion or the charger itself, and then play Uprising and draw a card. So now I can charger and get in for 5 or get a trade, but then I miss out on a card. Again, this game's going nowhere fast, so I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient for the card. Because this can come in with 4 counters, and then I'll get to draw a card. So I think what we want to do now... So they've got removal mana up. So I'm not going to Hunter's Edge, of course. I can Daybreak Charger the Battalion, and then play the Uprising. But then if they kill the Battalion, I won't get my card. I could Charger the Charger. Then they have to kill that, and I at least keep the Battalion out. It's the better creature. Yeah, I mean, we're going to Charger an Uprising. I'm just trying to get a card. I mean, this trade is positive for me. The question is, which one do I pump? Because, like, if they have removal, they'd rather kill Battalion than Charger by a substantial amount. I won't be greedy. I know it's not like me, but it's not like this trade is great. Like, this Battalion can grow to a 4/3 anyway. Okay, doesn't really seem like any decisions here. Slam this, get a card. Then next turn, we can attack a Battalion. It gets a counter. The Scourge gets a counter. Hunter's Edge. Something gets a counter. The Scourge gets a counter. So we'll see what they have here. Yeah, it looks like they were just stuck on a color. I mean, I didn't necessarily know whether they had Grasp or the removal spell, the Finishing Blow, until the following turn. When they didn't kill anything and use their mana, that's when we learned they didn't have it. So now we're pretty confident they don't have Grasp or Finishing Blow in hand, but we didn't really know that before then. But now we can assume they don't have it. So let's try and, what? Fight with our worst creature, like the Daybreak Charger? I don't even think I need to kill this Patrician, right? If I successfully kill this Crypt Lurker, our attack this turn is just busted. Remember, this gets a counter, which means Scourge gets a counter. Now Battalion gets a counter, which means Scourge gets a counter. And all their stuff has trample. So good luck racing that. Next turn, let's say they pump the Patrician. Next turn, Battalion gets a counter, which means Scourge gets a counter. And you get a counter, and you get a counter, and you get a counter. Everybody gets counters. That's what's up. Alright, pre-combat, let's draw a card in case we draw, like, the 3-mana trick that doubles the counters, or a removal or something. We didn't. Of course, we're going to combat. No fear. If they pay 6 and put a counter on the Patrician, they're going to be dead on board. They can eat the 4/2 and gain 2, but then there's 13 other points of trample coming at them. I'm not saying it's going to go like that. They could have other things. But, of course, it's a lot of trample coming at them. Again, Uprising is fantastic in this format. Do not sleep on this card. Okay, that'll keep them alive, but we'll get another card. Not the best, not the worst. Work through their tricks. Thank you, Cibica. Appreciate the subscription. So if they attack, I can just double block. So they don't really have an attack. But what do we have going now? If I attack with all 3, I can play... Oh, I don't have a 4-power creature to play, so I can't draw a card and trigger the Sage. So if I attack with all 3, this is a 6/5, and then 2 4/4s. This can grow to a 3/6. So they're not eating anything, but they are 3 lifelink, so they're effectively at 6. And then, like, they have a little bit of a profitable double block, but I don't mind. That's going to result in a counter getting on the Mauler. And they're literally not killing anything for free. So I think I'm attacking with all 3. I net another counter. They can, like, chump and, like, double. Lose, like, 2 creatures. I lose, like, 1. It's, like, a slightly profitable exchange for me. It's, like, not great, not horrible. But then I also get a counter on the Mauler, and then I can also just, like, you know, play the Tues-Thurs. Yep. They lose 2 creatures, I lose 1. They're going to break about even. They gain 3, take 4. It's almost exactly what I would have expected. Tues-Thurs. That's what it was taught to me. Well, that's even better. I'm happy to trade with this Tempered Veteran. It looks like a good trade for them, but really, they could just keep growing that Patrician, and it could potentially be a problem. Whereas I've got an endless supply of random 4/4s. So I'm pretty happy to trade my 4/4 for their 1/2 there. Well, the trolling worked. I now know the card as Tues-Thurs rhymes with Milfosaur. So good troll. Also another nice win for Garrick's Uprising. Trample matters. That makes us 7-2. This deck was sweet. Again, big lesson of this deck. Just think about how good Garrick's Uprising was. It performed every time I drew it fantastically. It won us several games that most 3-drops would never win us. So thanks again, everybody who participated in this fun stream. I'll be back on tomorrow with more of these drafts. I'm not promising we'll hit Mythic, but maybe. For now, I'm going to finish the night with a raid on Voxy. So if you want to watch Voxy, follow along with this raid. I should be back on around 3 p.m. tomorrow. Thanks everybody who subscribed. I know there was a ton today.
A conference room.
Appreciate all the support.
A classroom. A romantic cafe. You made your house a home. We'll help you make it everything else. Best Buy is still here to get you everything you need. Fast.
Have a good night, everybody.
And safe.